on there. If somebody clips it, I'll, you know, maybe clip it or something. Make it into a short. Or maybe just yell at Suited Giraffe and get him to make it into a short. But yeah, that's a true story. You know, like the days of crappy internet. All right, let's play some Dwarf Fort, shall we? We've been live for an hour, so I do actually have an appointment today. I didn't until I had that meeting with a mortgage broker last night. So I do have an appointment today at 5, which means I need to leave at about 4:30. So we have until 4:30. So let's play some Dwarfs, which is why I'm starting up a little bit early. It's why the YouTube stream's on early. It's why we're diving in right at 10 instead of earlier than that. So thank you to everybody who's tuned in and liked the YouTube stream so far. If you want to say hello to the VODs, Twitch chat, now's the time to do that. You can say hi, VOD. The rest of us were jealous. Yeah. I had an MP3 player because, well, I had a Philips brand MP3 player. It wasn't nice. Dwarf Redemptions might be open. I'm not sure. To play D&D with small children for money. Are you a professional DM at like a shop or something? That's kind of cool. Let me see if Dwarf Redemptions are up. Yes, they are. Anybody redeemed one? Nope. Oh, now they have power tools and beer. All right, well, power dwarfs and beer. So there's a forgotten beast we need to fight. But I need to click this button real quick. All right. This forgotten beast is a Dusak Ebolsod Sucked Bone. The Ska Monster. No, this is not the Ska Monster. The Ska Monster's on a lower level. This one is a bird. It's a great blob composed of salt. Not a bird. It has a stubby tail and a bloated body. Beware its poison sting. Yeah, that is dirty. So, something I need to show you guys. Yesterday we were busy. I have this. Goes all the way down to the lava sea. And also connects the second and third cavern layers together, which is a lot of fun. Although I'm going to be trying to like seal it off today. And it goes all the way up and all the way up and all the way up and all the way up to here. Also, you know, connecting this cavern layer, right? If I go up, 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 up. Does this not? Is there not a point where this all connects? I swear there was. Am I going crazy? I thought that there was a layer where all of this had access. So I guess it would have to flap in then? Anyway, so this big tube goes all the way up, 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 uppity, 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 uppity to here. And that's my big tube. I have no idea what I'm gonna do with it. I was waiting for artifacts, so I made it. So now we have this. So we got to do, I keep coughing, and figure out what I'm gonna do with it. It's probably going to have some sort of minecart going around the outside of it or something. We'll see. We'll see. It's definitely going to have some sort of tower on it. An ad break just hit. So I will ask, Power Tools and Beer, what kind of dwarf would you like? We'll name your dwarf, and then once the ads are done, we will read through everybody else. Ethan Mason has thrown a $10 super chat on the YouTubes, which is going directly into the Help Blind Get a Goddamn Mortgage Fund. So thank you for donating to the very generous Help Blind Get a Goddamn Mortgage Fund. Appreciate you, friend. You don't have ads? Well, they haven't popped yet, but if you don't get ads, then, well, you know, a miner would be great. Which one would you like? Those are the miners in the fort. We got Lycott, we got Olin, and we got Rith. New clip editor is garbage. I think it's actually really good, except for when it breaks. I was trying to edit some clips, and it refused to save for a while. You want Rith? Okay. Ice Blue, thanks for the 10-pack of gift subs. Hey, chat. Twitch chat, can I get a big round of beers for the 10-pack of gift subs? And YouTube chat, can I just click the party button a bunch? So this is now Power Tools. We'll just call you Power Tools. Power Tools is desires little for herself in the way of possessions. Does not generally respond to emotional appeals. Is easily moved to mercy and does not easily develop negative feelings and tends to think before acting. Is given to flights of fancy, is pleased by her own appearance and talents, and can easily fall in love or develop positive sentiments. She is not particularly interested in what others think of her and chews her lips when she's nervous and needs alcohol to get through the working day. She dreams of creating a great work of art and personally believes that perseverance is one of the greatest qualities that somebody can have. Sees family as one of the most important things in life and hates those that wield power over others. Values tranquility and a peaceful day and does not really value skills related to fighting and doesn't particularly care about anything. Speaking of fighting, they are off duty. I'm going to set them to no orders. She likes gold, bloodstone, and larch wood, and giant orca giant orca? Oh my god. Giant orca leather, as well as coral and the color dark chestnut. Decahedra, beds and figurines and horses for their strength. Urad bean plants for their pods. And the words of the scribe of playing and the sound of the glen of silver and the sight of the scarlet emerald and when possible prefers to consume stoat, cavefish, pendant amaranth beer, and reindeer's milk, and 2-grain wheat seeds. The ads are done now. And cherries, and absolutely hates. Can't stand mosquitoes. I'm gonna move the resub notif. I also hate mosquitoes, so that's weird. Short, sturdy creature fond of drink and industry. Her eldest son doesn't live here. Her husband has either passed away or gone far away or something. She has 2 other children, although it's possible her spouse died. She was ambivalent after she became a parent here. So yeah, your spouse must be dead. Yeah, it was probably that. Possibly. I don't see anything about a spouse passing away or the death of somebody, so it's possible that you had a spouse and they died. You do have modest quarters. What? Why don't you have permission to use that command? Hold on, let me fix that.
Woohoo! 1-year anniversary. Has been a fun time, smiley face.
Glad it's been a fun time, Big Bang. Try it again, Dominoc. But Big Bang, thank you very much for the whole year. There you go. Hey, chat, Dominoc would like to dwarf themselves. Well, Dominoc just beat you to it. So you're going to have to wait 29 minutes and 52 seconds. Although I will say, that won't take too long. It's only 30 minutes. Just set a timer. Why do dwarves need chest and drawers in their room? Well, they put their used clothing in the cabinet. So if they have a cabinet, their clothing that they don't want to wear anymore goes in there, and then they get to hold on to their items, and it makes them happy. And then the coffers don't get used as often, but if they have like scepters or necklaces, or which are amulets or crowns or rings or bracelets, those go into coffers. So basically, if you have clothing everywhere in your fort, all over the ground, it's because you don't have bedrooms with chests and cabinets in them. So chat room, yes or no? Do we dwarf Dominoc? This is a show of hands vote. Y or N? Do we dwarf Dominoc? And if we dwarf Dominoc, what kind of dwarf do we give Dominoc? So like, there's a bunch of clothing here. Likely this dwarf doesn't have a bedroom with stuff. All right. Dominic, would you like a dwarf with a beard or not? That's what a coffer is, yes. A coffer is a chest made of stone. And a box is a chest made of glass. And a chest is a chest made of metals. Okay, so you'd like a beard. Chat, what kind of job? Do you think that... Does Dominoc sound like a military dwarf to you? Or a miner? Or a weaponsmith? I realize I've got a lot of weaponsmiths in this fort, so it's kind of heavy on the weaponsmithing. I wonder. Chat saying miner. Do I have a named bearded miner? I do! Dominoc is buffeted by others' emotions and can't help but respond to them. He has a low sense of self-esteem, and he tries to do things correctly each time. He is quite polite, and he doesn't cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and is pleased by his own appearance and talents. And Big Bang, we'll get you a dwarf today. Don't you worry. Where do goblets go? You're ending up in loads of space storage. I'll show you in a second. He does not go out of his way to help others and is often cheerful, is grateful when others help him out, and he tries to return favors. He does not easily fall in love and rarely develops positive feelings, and he is slow to trust others and occasionally overindulges. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally values family. He doesn't particularly care about craftsmanship, and he dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes zinc, picture jasper, and unicorn hoof, cave dragon tooth, and cockatiel bone, hemp fabric, and rings and ducks for their quacks, and the sound and the words of the beige of diamonds, and the sound of the gum of silver, and I clicked the wrong button and stopped reading the thing, and the sound of the gum of silver, and the sight of the wonder of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume custard, apple cider, dwarven syrup, and absolutely hates moon snails. My mic cover is falling apart. You're married to a lady named Cog, who's a weaponsmith. You have an older half-sister who lives here, who's also a weaponsmith. And your nephew lives here, and same with your cousin, and your other cousin, who's dead. You have a lover who didn't move here with you, so long-distance relationship, or she's dead. One of the two. And you're currently making a shirt. Welcome to the fort. So for goblets, there's two ways you can store goblets. Option number one is goblets just go into finished goods stockpiles. So you can make a finished goods stockpile for them. Option number two is if you make a tavern and you have a performer or a tavern keeper assigned, and you put a chest or a coffer into the tavern, then there's this option. Goblets desired number, right? If you put goblets into your tavern in a chest, the only person that can use them are the performers and the tavern keepers, and they use that to serve alcohol to dwarves in the fort. So dwarves that are in your tavern will have alcohol delivered to them while they're in the tavern, which it's kind of good to have a combination of the two. However, this could lead to over-drunkenness. Dwarves can get intoxicated and then get belligerently drunk and start causing problems, basically. So let's see where this guy goes. But first I should read the named dwarves in the fort. Power Tools, Dominoc, Napalm, Butch Cats, Havoc, Suit of Souls, UGDPY, Emperor Iron, Kadranos, Clayborn, Zudica, as well as Statue Sounds and Darius, and Connie of the Wolves. .404 not found. I think the only named dwarf we've had die yesterday was Keen Cook, but Cyanide and Utaro, as well as Picture Point, Ice Blue, Eldritch, Jasper, and Rupert, Brush, and I have a legendary peasant. That's interesting. How does that happen? Artifact Child, who's the one notable named dwarf, as well as Volkodav and Amethyst, who's currently serving beer. What are you legendary in? Oh, Legendary Observer. Right, yeah, this was one of my military dwarves was upset about being in the military. Didn't like the job. Crimson Centurion, thank you very much for that brand new Prime subscription. Greatly appreciate that. Usually just fill up a stockpile in the tavern, set to just be goblets and prepared meals and drink, and then set the max barrels to 2, and then less than the volume, set the bins to 2. And then, then you'd end up with just like a bunch of that stuff. Check, can I get a couple beers for that Prime sub? Found the hard way not to drink booze often yeah, no, you die of alcohol poisoning. Well, the thing that you need to realize is if you actually watch how often dwarves drink alcohol in fort mode, it's only like once every couple weeks. Like, yes, they're alcoholics because they don't drink water, but they don't drink that much. Okay. So this was the way in. But because I dropped the pillar, it's no longer the way in. So what I think I'm going to do, because I would like to kill this thing. I'm going to dig this way. I would like to kill this thing. I'm gonna say, let's just like increase the priority of this because we just started playing, so it's just gonna be 4. Let's bump it up to 3. Is all of that flooded? It was. It was flooded, but it's not anymore. Fine then. It seems like everybody right now is acquiring equipment because I'm making clothing for the first time in a while. So we're just getting the squatties down here. So the ones that don't have an artifact weapon are just simply wielding 2 shields. But yeah, we did actually flood a good chunk of this for a while. But I kind of unflooded it because, you know, it was kind of a mess down here. There we go. This is working a little bit better now. Let's just move the squad up. Because I've made custom uniforms where they only acquire shields, picks they will not equip as a weapon by default, unless you specifically tell them to do that. Okay, where'd the other one go? Okay, well, this is the, like, ridiculously powerful brass creature. Now I suppose we wait. I'm just kind of presuming it ran down this way. Let's also start training that so I can eat it. Because this was the direction it was heading. Chances I die here? Pretty unlikely. It's not super strong. My soldiers are pretty well trained. I'd be kind of surprised if I lose any soldiers to this creature. Putting it simply. Unless it, like, already went and died to a... like an elk bird. Which would be very surprising. Oh, game's paused. Maybe why. Okay, there it is. So it's all the way on the other end. Actually, let's just follow the creature, which is right here. It's not moving super quickly. Because you watch that one during ad breaks, yeah. Which is honestly like, if I were to be able to like snap my fingers and make a decision for people, it'd be like watch both streams and then just tab to the other one during an ad break. Elrish found it and turned it into dust apparently, like immediately. What even did you do? He punched it. Okay. I kind of figured that would go quick, but I didn't think it would be that quick. One punch Dwarf. That'll do. Yep, that'll do it. That'll definitely do it. I'm just gonna plop 2 doors in here. Just so that I have 2 doors. I'm also going to dig a lot of this out. And I think I'm going to see if I can make a minecart route. To transport gold and other things up. Also tetrahedrite. I didn't even notice the tetrahedrite. Let's actually do that here. If anybody's wondering why I'm doing this kind of pattern, it's just because it's an easy pattern to do consistently. Actually, no. I'm gonna go to here and then just connect to this one. That's what we'll do. So let's follow this all the way down. Yeah, there, 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 there. Done. Done. I'm also going to try and do some lava pumping today. Oh, duh. So maybe just go here and then up one again immediately? Yeah, up one. I'm done. All right. Why is what hot stone? I'm confused, Darius. Also, hi, Darius. That's a lot of working out. 100 crunches, 100 push-ups, and a 10K run every day. I feel like that's from something. What is that from? Ecto the Wizard. Thank you very much for that Prime subscription. The brand new Prime sub. Overconfident, high social awareness. You're not great in the military. Overbearing, poor focus, kinesthetic stance, cruel. Do you dream of mastering a skill? You're 67 years old. Yes, you do. Can handle stress. Sweet. How about you? You're a peasant. Brawler strong, disdains merriment. Pressing respects skill at arms. Yep. But thank you very much for throwing money into the Helpline Get a Mortgage-a-thon. Appreciate you. Strong, poor kinesthetic sense, though, but that can be trained. Doesn't seek out excitement. All right, we'll let you go be a dwarf then. That's a pony. It's a water buffalo. I think I'm just going to pop over here. Pets and livestock. We're going to eat that elk bird. Eat all of these smaller animals. And I'm, you know what? Yeah, why don't we actually start breeding goats a little bit? Because I can do that. Instead of just, like, butchering both of them. What about you? High stamina. Stamina? Yeah, we'll let you just be a dwarf. That was Pickle Legend? Pickle Legend would be pretty funny. I, for one, prefer my legends to be pickled in vinegar, so. All right, well, how are we doing on booze? Brew drink from fruit, please. Let's just check my brew drink. Drinks is less than 100. And do I not have a brew drink from fruit? Processed plants. Lavish meal. Guess I don't. When it's above 10, let's just do 100. I don't care if it cancels. A weaponsmith was found dead, reason drowned. Oh, right. Yeah, so I only just started pumping this. That or this dwarf just jumped in here and this dwarf stopped pumping. That's also possible. I kind of forgot that that was actively happening, so it's likely that a dwarf just died of drowning, which is a little bit awkward, and I feel very bad for that dwarf's loss. Let's pour one out for that dwarf and their family, because that's a very sad thing to have happen. Let's just queue these up. Sweet. That leaves us with one open, meaning those two can probably just get buried quickly. Yeah, sometimes misread names in Dwarfort can be hysterical, though. I also need to sort this out, because this is taking too long. Is anybody coming to put something in tomb? Melbel Irel? Oh, right, yeah, because we need to wait for the tombs to be constructed first, right? Just waiting for that to get constructed. Come on, dwarves. Get to it. It's not that far. So, chat, what are your plans for the weekend? Guys up to anything fun? I get to go see an emo concert, which I think is very fitting for the past week of events. I wonder, is that area not accessible? I feel like it should be. Oh, okay, well. Let's just drain this out. Something's causing it to cancel constantly. So we'll drain this out and also close this. Because I need to get a bigger reservoir for this sucker. It's something I need to do. So this will just drain out this way. Which I think that's pretty efficient. Well, happy birthday, Azrandir. Damn, you know, if you get a sub and a mug, and it's your birthday, I feel like we did you right. Yeah, I think maybe I just need to channel down here. Get a ramp like right next to it or something. But you always want your front door systems like this to drain out really quickly. Yeah, I know what you mean. I'm just trying to cope by ignoring everything. It is what it is. It's a wild few years. But yeah, this is one of the quickest, easiest ways to drain out stuff like this, is just simply have a wall that you can remove like this. And then it just drains out nice and quick. Surviving is a good plan for the weekend, yeah? You're gonna be cooking all weekends for folks? Sounds like, I mean, hey, cooking is a good way to keep your mind off stuff. Or a good way to keep busy. Sometimes when I'm upset, I just cook. It's often a good way to do it. Often a good way to do it. I think I'm just gonna try and make this river safer because these unplanned drownings have been suboptimal, to put it bluntly. Yuristov, what up? It's good to see you. Hope you've been well. Let's open the front and back doors. Because there's gonna just be mud there. It's kind of just a fact of life for these dwarves. All right, that's gonna flow out. And that's gonna flow out. I may dig a trench up here so that I can drain this whole thing quicker, but we'll see. Also, I need a bigger source of water. That's just kind of a fact. May see if I can get a wall piece here to just flow this in as well. All right, you are going to start pumping. Now that this area is safe. And that'll finish draining momentarily. Replace it with lava. Well, we'll be pumping lava up anyway. I'm going to need to have the river, though, because it is my source of, it is my source of water for all of these activities, so. Nobody's in the burrows. I'm not sure why. Nobody's going for it? Hold on, let's check this. So there's 2 store item and tomb jobs. Got a lot of stockpiles being put away. Let's just pause a bunch of tasks. Do other things for a little bit, dwarves. Such as getting these bodies dealt with. Still nobody's taking it. I mean, it's just double checking. Water is flowing off here, right? Okay, so this is the water entrance. Water's flowing in here. You know what? Fuck it. To heck with it. Why not? That's too close. Can't do it. I'm going to drain this river, and damn it. That is what I'm going to do. We'll just do it that way. Watch the world burn? I mean, like, we could do that. Like, I'm trying to do stuff with water, because it's been a long time since I've done stuff with water. I've done a lot of stuff with lava, especially as of late. So, you know, just trying to change it up. Have differing activities, if you will. Or slightly different activities. Because variety is the spice of life, if you will. And so that's kind of what I'm working towards right now, is a little bit of variety here. But I may just dam 2 parts of this river. All right, let's just go this way. Hello, Dulkin, how are you? This way. Deconstruct that. Deconstruct that. A dwarf-made swamp. How so? Like, what would constitute a dwarf-made swamp to you? Weaponsmith withdraws from society. We have a strange mood. I'm just gonna go into here real quick and forbid all the pig iron and the tin. It's a little cheaty, but I want you to use fun metals. Still leave them with options, but please don't make me a pig iron or tin weapon. Okay, that was steel. Dolomite. All right. Any bets on what they make, chat? You know, Cotton Papero here has been following me since December 15th, 2022. And they tune in periodically every couple of months and just say Forzen. I have a question. Are you capable of brain? Because why? just actually why? I hope that I never get so famous that people just pop into random channels and say my name. Because that is so far beyond brain dead that I can't even. It's got to be something cool like a Scourge. Man, that'd be cool. I'd be down for a Scourge. Like leveling little swamp island with trees and stuff in the middle of it. And little wooden shacks everywhere with an ogre in the middle and a donkey, right? Man, we should build Shrek's swamp at some point. Well, I mean, Forzen's kind of a cruddy person, but like, I don't know. They're trying to communicate with the mothership. I mean, Forzen is a streamer, right? You didn't know that was someone's name? He's a streamer who's famous for like getting mad on stream. Is best known for competing in Hearthstone. I think he's best known for getting extremely mad and screaming. But, you know. And for saying dumb shit. How goes the fort? Pretty damn good. And yourself, Salva? That's just what Google tells you? Ah, is that what Google Gemini tells you? I mean, he's a StarCraft 2 player in the same sense that, like, Destiny was a StarCraft 2 player at some point. You know? Like, there's a lot of people that are big on Twitch because they were professional League of Legends or StarCraft players at one point. Works secretly. Okay, what do we have? Steel bars, dolomite, vulture bone, kesserite, pigtail cloth ×2, cobaltite, and elk bird leather. Make us something cool there, Dwarf. Make us something cool. This I can just close. You don't want to spam chat with that word? I appreciate that. I kind of want to do a vertical drain with a bridge over top of it. So I'm going to try that. Relatively decent. Good to hear, mate. Although I will say this will take 1 trillion blocks and a very long time to do. Another steel warhammer, look at that. I think that's my 3rd or 4th steel warhammer. The weaponsmith has created Tunamundus, a steel warhammer, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. This is a steel warhammer. All craft ship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with cushioned dolomite cabochons, encircled with bands of steel, rectangular cassiterite cabochons, pigtail, and round cobaltite cabochons. This object is adorned, of course, with hanging rings of vulture bone and menaces with spikes of elk bird leather and pigtail. And it is going to be assigned to, well, I need to set these squads to training real quick because I don't know who does and doesn't have a weapon. Eldritch gets the hammer. This one. And there you go. And as these dwarves get their hammers put, or weapons put on, I can go over here and just type in bars. I got 52 steel bars. Let's make 10 steel shields. Shields and steel helm. Got you browsing your game libraries to try out something and realizing that you have too many games in your library? I don't think that's possible personally, but it is possible to have like analysis paralysis because there's so many games in your library. I don't think it's possible to have too many games. There you go. Chat. Big Bang has been subscribed to the channel for a whole year and thus are requesting a dwarf. Do we comply with this request? Yes or no? I have a 4th Warhammer? Oh boy. I don't know how I feel about that. But I suppose. You don't know how folks can have hundreds, even thousands of games? Yeah, that's a lot of games. Let me tell you. Steam is 1,200. Yeah. I have close to that. All right, so, Big Bang, would you like a beard or no beard? What kind of dwarf do we give Big Bang for their anniversary? They've been subscribed to the channel for a whole year and thus would like a dwarf. I think that's a reasonable request. That's interesting. It stops when it hits the sand. Hey, Rydern. Hope you're doing well. A bearded weaponsmith is what I'm seeing. I mean, that's relatively easy considering how many weaponsmiths are in the fort. Trying to think the best way to do this. Got one more pump over there to get finished. You know, 40,000 Warhammers would probably be an achievable goal. Just saying. Maybe a future idea. Well, let's just say weaponsmith. This one's currently going to a weapon... Oh, I was going to say going to a weaponsmithing demonstration, but Big Bang. Wants martial training, is completely closed-minded and never changes his mind after an initial idea that he forms. He forms strong emotional bonds with others, at times to his detriment, and doesn't mind wearing something special now and then. He tends to not reveal personal information, and he prefers that everyone lives as harmoniously as possible. He often feels discouraged and is somewhat fearful in the face of imminent danger. And he can sometimes act with little deliberation and generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He likes a little excitement now and again and has a greedy streak. He dreams of creating a great work of art and personally finds the acquisition and use of power abhorrent and would have all masters toppled. He finds those that deny their impulses somewhat stiff and has a great work of and dreams of creating a great work of art. He likes black bronze as well as viscerite and the color turquoise. And he prefers to consume whip wine or wine and whip vine seeds. That's hard to say. And absolutely hates bark scorpions. His hair is somewhat greasy and he has a long beard which is neatly combed. He has plenty of friends but no family in the fortress. He wants to be with family but unfortunately they don't exist. And he wants to craft an object and he wants martial training. Basically everybody in this fortress wants martial training, I'm seeing. I think I'll train you a little bit, Big Bang. Because it is time for this squad to train a little bit. But they're all going to go equip shields because there should be enough for them to all equip shields. Let's just click around until I can get a few more soldiers signed up. Personally is disgusted by the tranquility, dreams of mastering a skill, poor memory, distrustful, disdains advice, not lustful. Wants martial training. Zon, you can join. How about you, Darius? Masterwork. Wants martial training. And Iteb. Finds friendship burdensome. Also wants martial training. All right. So this squad here is going to go train up. It's going to take a little bit for them to have, enough of those tasks, but... I think we are probably out of coal. Yeah. Charcoal. Let's just make charcoal when logs and refined coal. Above 50. And refined coal is less than 25. Make 50. I also very much need to expand my forges. It's very smooth and minimal right now. This all needs to be smoothed, but not the flooring in the middle. This all the way along here is going to be replaced with walls. And then I'm going to dig down. How far down to this cavern there? Kind of thinking I should just go down to here. And just drain it, use it as a way to drain water into the caverns. And drop bodies down there. Just drop them onto a bunch of grates. How's this over here? This is all done. Let's get these pumping. And work on this gate. I do not remember a Sean in specific. You're going to need to be more specific than just Sean Tuesday. But hello. I hope that your knee gets better. Breaking your knee is never going to be fun. That's 10,000 ore, which feels like that's barely achievable with a single 4x4 map. Yeah, you can import stuff, though. I wouldn't say that it's not achievable. It would certainly be a lot of work, but I'm not going to say it's... I wouldn't say it's not achievable. I feel like you could do 40,000 Warhammers. I think that that's doable. It would certainly be a lot, but I think it's doable. So the other water is coming from over here and draining that way. So I'm also going to need to drain this, basically. And dam this. Having two separate dams might actually not be a bad idea. Although... yeah, we'll do it there. Seems like a long death level goal? I don't necessarily feel that way. I don't know. We'll think about it. I'm not going to promise anything. That's the world I live in now, where it's like, I'm not going to promise anything. But, I mean, it might be doable. It's mostly all I'm saying it as is, might be doable. It's about where that thought begins and ends, really. Okay, so speaking of things that might be doable, just waiting for these to sit at 1. Try and get those placed. It's going to take a little bit, but we'll try. Because, like, they have... the tick where they finish constructing these has to land on the 1s. To flood the market? No, they'd all have to be in the fort, right? They'd all have to be, like, in a stockpile or in... like, weapon traps or something, or used around the fort. I feel like if you're just making 40,000 Warhammers and flooding the market with them, that kind of defeats the purpose. But that's just, I don't know. That's just me. Because it's like a Warhammer joke, right? Like, that's the whole point of it. Let's also fill that back up. Fill this back up. So you can have one trap be a Warhammer. Be the 140,000 Warhammer trap. I have no idea if it's possible to mod traps. I've never looked into it, but I wouldn't doubt it too much. Oh. Some dwarf decided to be lazy and go get food. How dare you? That's against the rules. I could just hook this up to power, but... what's the fun of that? He says as he's like, how much power do you need? 40? Let's just do 2 windmills if I can. No access to 4 logs. Really? Oh. Okay. I guess that's correct then. Let's also just collect a bunch of this. Presuming there's veggies around. Oh. Click the wrong button. I'm trying to have enableable dams so I can pull a lever and dam the river, because dwarves keep falling in there and dying. So if I do this and make the river dammable, then I can pretty easily and safely, quote unquote, dam the river by just pulling a lever. That's what I'm trying to do. So if I dam this side, then I can put a bridge here. And then if I dam the other side, then I can put a bridge over there. And then when somebody falls in there, I can pull a lever and get them out. That's what I'm trying to do. That is what I'm trying to do. Essentially, it's a method of being able to make an area a little bit safer. Although, I'm going to need to just suspend or pause both of these and pause this until that upper one is done. Do I have any ghosts? I'm surprised I don't. I do have 2 elk birds, though, whom are going to be et. I may end up killing the giant sponge alongside of this, though. They're going to update their equipment. They're going to cancel the training. And some migrants have arrived. Man, I'm getting tons of migrants. This is exactly the same as the, what's it called? It's almost exactly the same as the last fort that I did, where just tons of dwarves kept arriving. Like, it's kind of wild how many dwarves are actively in this faction, considering how fucked they are. I think I'm just going to cut through this wall and make the tavern bigger as well, because my tavern's kind of cramped. The tavern is kind of cramped. Fortunately, this doesn't appear to be an aquifer, so that's nice. What's up, Picture Point? You're not dead. in the gap that you're pumping out of, you can't build a bridge on any amount of water that is higher than 1, and those are constantly spiking between 1 and 4. In my experience with trying to do this in the past, no, it is not easier. Even though it theoretically looks like it would be easier. Another thing I want to do is I want to... Madness? Yeet. Actually. Let's erase all those. Take out that. Hobo, how are you doing today? It's good to see you, man. I hope that things have been good. Looked like a pretty sick show that you were at the other day. There we go. Get that done. Clearing out all of this. And then down in here, is any of this aquifer? Nope. It's just water that's drying. Only 70 minutes? Whoa. That is super short. It's like an hour 20? To me, like, if it's under an hour 40, I feel kind of ripped off. Did they not even do an encore? Because that's crazy. If that's the case. Just curious about how many blocks this is going to be. I mean, kind of is anchored on a ledge, but... in that case, let's try this. 76. That's a lot of blocks.
It's been a while. Great to catch a stream again.
It's good to have you around, Silver Falcon. How you been? It has been a minute. Let's just go here, because I'm sure I'm not making rock blocks. And just set this stuff to sandstone. Because for aesthetic reasons, that's what we're using primarily. Checking to get a round of beers for Silver Falcon. Please and thank you. This is going to be a giganto drain, hence the giganto bridge. Fortunately, like, a lot of the stuff here is close by, so it's actually not that big of a deal. But yeah, this is going to be a giganto drain to save me from having to deal with, like, just water mud everywhere all the time forever. That's the actual hope here. But we're going to have to do 2 sides to it. Good night. Thanks for the beers. Blind is real. My tutorial videos are the best. Cheers, mate. Sorry for not looking at YouTube chat for the last 6 minutes. You're in 25 hours, 5 hours in and loving the game so much. Cheers. What's up, Thomas? Only zombie giant sponges are the ones that you have emotional attachment to. That's just a giant sponge. Wet food, wet beer, wet drink. You love a giant drain. You got crazy with powered screw pumps in your dining room, and now it's all wet. Oh no, or yay? I'm not sure. Well, I need more sandstone, I guess. before I can do another layer of this. Although that can go away and that can go away because I'm going to try and keep this pattern up. We're in an ad break, so I'm pausing the game until the ads are done. Made a well for your fort and had a nice waterfall feature for your tavern, but after retiring and unretiring, the fort is flooded. Yeah, water still sometimes does weird things. It doesn't always do weird things, but it sometimes does weird things. I think that's like the only like bug / issue that still needs to be sorted for unretiring and retiring, because like everything else works now. Like there's the odd time where building a, what's the word that I'm looking for here? Where there's the odd time where stockpiles will lose their settings. But at the very least, or not settings, but lose their give and take permissions, basically. But aside from that, basically everything else works, which is really cool. It just means they don't have any culture. Nip. I'm not even joking. That is actually what it means. It means that they don't have any culture. You had a fortification carved into the border as a drain, and it seems to get filled... carved into the world border, and it seems to get filled up on unretiring. Oh, man. I think I know what's causing that. That's a really old bug. Or not old bug, really old design choice. That's interesting. Because it used to be in like the 34 era, where if you dig up to the edge of the map, regardless of if there's an aquifer there, it will drain, or it'll flood the world with water, essentially. Regardless of the regardless of whether or not that was an aquifer, it would just flood the world. It's kind of an old thing. So that's interesting. If that's probably what's causing that. If I had to bet, it's probably what's causing that. I don't think it was an issue. I think that was like actually like a design thing. Like it's supposed to stop you from going too close to the edge or whatever. But yeah, that is kind of whack. But that's still happening in some rare instances. A forgotten beast, which I can't fully read. Beware its fire. It's a hairy tick. Squirms and fidgets. What layer is it on? So this is gonna probably die to the brass creature. Never mind. No, it can get into the fort. All right. Well, in that case, I'm going to lock. Well, actually, no, I'm not going to lock. I'm going to tell you to go there. I'm going to lock this. And lock this. I'm also going to send the Marks Dwarves here. Okay, so it's right here. The Stormy Worm. Bent Ransack. Got a good number of kills. Like a lot of these Forgotten Beasts tend to kill a bunch of things in the first, like, 100 years of the world's existence, but then not after that. Not really, because I don't use pre-designed circles because I make non-symmetrical shapes a lot of the time. I think maybe if you're making symmetrical shapes, I could see it, but even when the only tool from DFAC that I like is the little thingy that shows the dimensions. It depends on what you prefer to do. I find it much less satisfying to build with a lot of those pre-built tools. It just feels too easy, I guess. I'll send the soldiers out to here and unlock this door. I do have steel bolts on my Marks Dwarves. I only have 4 Marks Dwarves, but they do have steel bolts. So they don't need to land too many to be effective. Why are you just walking away from me? Come back here, you bastard. Oh, it's an unreachable location. Well then, we'll stay here. Okay, it's coming back. Why? Because if you're used to using certain tools, it's hard to stop. That's basically it. Okay, got hit by a steel bolt, which tore its muscles a couple times. Meaning my Marks Dwarves are already doing their job. Okay. Well, this is bad. The fire is flying out. I didn't even see where that dwarf went. Not on fire just yet, but probably about to be. Dodged out of the fire. The shields are actually going to make it easier for them to not catch fire. Wish these dwarves luck, Jack. Can I get a round of beers? Or a vile force of dwarfness? Whatever you prefer. Let's just tell them to go stand back here. The creature doesn't have that much in the way of damage that it can do. This dwarf is just constantly dodging and blocking the fire. I'm kind of amazed that this dwarf is not on fire, actually. Dodging again. Do you even... Okay, so you do have bolts. Probably can't shoot either. Is in the middle of the fire, which is suboptimal to say the least, but at least it's distracted. Still blocking the fire. Okay, so they're a bit of a ways off. Let's just unpause, see what happens. The fire is burning down. You know, actually jumping into the water might be smart. I don't see where that dwarf went. They may very well just have burned to death. I can't quite tell. More fires getting blocked. Have you fired any bolts just yet? Cannot just stand by. Fires a bolt, strikes it. Has it been hit by anything? Yep, it is getting hit. So it's just breathing fire and it's missing. My dwarves are all dodging. And my recruit dodges. Shots are getting blocked by shields. So that's something. This dwarf is currently eating up most of the attacks. And dodging. very consistently. I do think I lost a Mark's Dwarf. I'm not sure where, though. That'll be hard to find. Mostly just need my Mark's Dwarves to get some hits in. Let's tell them to back up to here if possible. Dwarves are diving in. The creature is bleeding and seriously injured, but it can't really get through the shields. I do have Brush up here. This is one of my better wrestlers who hasn't caught fire just yet. Has managed to fall into the water, which is not deep enough to drown them. But it is actually probably a safer place to be than out in the open. Especially because now this area doesn't have any fire left. Is there anywhere I can position my Mark's Dwarves where they could get a line of sight? Potentially back here. Gonna try and put them over there. And I'm also going to tell these dwarves to try and get through the fire and fight it, because I think they can at this point. Turns are moving. The creature is bleeding. Fire keeps going out, and the dwarves keep blocking it because of their high skill with shields. And we are currently bashing it repeatedly with steel shields. Oh yeah, I know you're right. The other dwarf is in fact in the water. Wow, okay. Maybe they can get out in time, we'll see. I just saw a bolt fly and hit it. It's continuously blocking it. I saw a bolt come from over there, so did you just fire? Struck it, okay. Not bad. Yep, bolts are flying. The trees are collapsing, which is going to cause my dwarves to be knocked unconscious. And there goes Brush, one of my first casualties in the military. Thanks for the $1.99 super chat. I'm presuming the dwarf is stationed, although I think it's currently in an unreached. Nope, still firing bolts. Creature's taking damage from bolts. Okay, I'm going to see if I can tell my dwarves to go there. Let's see if you can be a hero here, dwarf. Continuing to shoot bolts. And you killed it. The creature is dead. Only 2 deaths, I think? Because I had 4 Mark's Dwarves. And then we lost Brush Cats. Which is a bloody shame. But I gotta say, that's not too bad. All things considered. And there's now a lot of dead cave fish down here. I think. Yeah, dead cave fish. That's funny. Well, rest in peace to the dwarves who died. That's certainly going to clean up the caves a bunch. Not a bad fight, if I do say so myself. Let's just make a bunch of rock coffins. I'm also going to go into here, and I'm going to remove all these jobs because I need to start making blocks again. We're also out of booze, which happened during that fight. Oh. Now I remember why I turned that off. It's because I was dumping water into a place it's not supposed to be. So I just need to deal with this so I can, you know, Get rid of that, basically. Also, am I... Oh, fuck me. So I'm currently drowning dwarves. More dwarves. I got 2 dwarves that have drowned now. All right, well, we need to deal with this. This needs to be plugged. By literally anything. Preferably sandstone, but literally anything will do. How's this bridge coming along? It's coming along. Ay. Hey, chat room. Can I get a round of beers for the $2 in YouTube chat for the super chat? Ay. Oh no, it was a baby. Oh, that's even worse. It was a baby. Ugh. Oh, that's horrible. Let's see how much draining I can do. Baby deaths feel real bad. Yup. Yes, they do. Yes, they bloody well do. Also, power tools drowned. Some time ago. Probably similar situation. Sorry, power tools. And Brush was now missing for a week. So let's get Brush memorialized. Also jump over to here and just type in cage. Oops. Didn't click the thing. Slaughter these 2. So I have a giant rat and a stray elk bird. Ay. Okay, so water time begins. Let's get this unforbidden. Let's get that done. That done. And that done. Go up to here. And go here. Do that. Do that. Do that. And do that. This will drain as time goes. We do need 2 more dwarves to get up here, though. Okay, so I'll have a dwarf named And Beer then. Power Tools, since you drowned, what kind of dwarf would you like to be called And Beer? We'll go with that. I'll allow it. Or And A Beer, I guess. Or maybe just A Beer is what we'll name you. Fisher Dwarf? I don't have any Fisher Dwarves, man. We've been over this. See? You can tell by the huge Fisher Dwarf stockpile I have. I do, in fact, have a singular herbalist. Beer wants to be extravagant, has an immense sense of detail in his own work. He is very trusting, and he tends to hang on to grievances. He tends to assume that the worst of 2 outcomes will be the one that comes to pass, and he is quick to form negative views about things. He has an active sense of humor, and he tends to not reveal personal information. Though he is conflicted by this, as he dislikes this sort of concealment in the abstract, and he tends to act without deliberation. He tends to avoid any physical confrontations. He works to spread its natural tendency with his respect of martial prowess, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He tends to be passive in discussions, and he often feels discouraged. He needs alcohol to get through the working day. He personally sees no value in holding back complaints and concealing emotions, and dreams of creating a great work of art. And he likes gold and dementoid, which is a type of gem. Green glass, floating guts, tooth. Floating guts have teeth? I thought they were just floating guts. Anyway, hemp paper and the color charcoal, octahedra, yaks, and shaggy spider hair. Shaggy yaks for their shaggy hair and spider monkeys for their prehensile tails. I completely screwed up words, don't worry. The words of the beige of diamonds and the sound of the gem of silver and the sight of the tenebrous veneration, and when possible prefers to consume rattlesnake and dwarven wine and dimple cup spawn, and absolutely hates flies. He has a pet billy goat and wants martial training. Welcome to the fort. Does in fact have a pretty dope beard, yeah. Okay, so the lag currently is from all of this. The thing is, if these aren't able to be built, this will be an area where I can pretty easily drain that will drain pretty quickly, most likely. So. And that's also still being worked on. Wow, frames are great right now. Feels good. At least this area's coming along nicely. Also still got dwarves gathering plants. The good news is when all of this is done, the frame rate will just come back like immediately. That's King Gizzard and the Lizard Wizard wrote Rattlesnake. Also, I wonder... He's still stuck underground. No, you're not. Okay. It's the song that's very long that only really has one word, which is rattlesnake, and then he like occasionally talks about rattlesnakes, and then it's just back to saying rattlesnake. It's a very good song. I don't know. It's an acquired taste, though, I'll say. And also, shoutouts to those dwarves for that absolutely heroic fight against that giant fire-breathing tick. Because I have to say, they outdid my expectations. Also, thanks for the $16, by the way, in Super Chats, YouTube. Appreciate you guys. Holding your own today. Meanwhile, Twitch, we've already cleared my daily minimums, so we Gucci for today. Of course, any and all contributions to the Helpline Get a Goddamn Mortgage Fund are still greatly appreciated, of course. Let's also say don't stand on this side. Instead, go to this side. Although this may not actually be the best idea, but... Because they get kind of pushed around on this side, which is a bit of a problem.
Cross Fortune cheers, X100. I still have a few of these left.
Thanks for the dollar and bits, friend. Oh, shit. See, this side's getting done. Let's just try and get this upper one done first, because it seems to be getting done quicker. Come on now, you. I could actually leave this one dried up too. It's a long weekend? Really? Huh. I heard stupid. Thanks for spending $10 to make a big emote. Appreciate you, dude. I made them really expensive because I find them very visually distracting. But thank you all the same, dude. Means a lot. What's the slower one doing? Yeah, this one needs help. So let's just disable these guys for right now and work on the upper one and let the frame rate come back up a little bit. There you go. Frame rate's back a little bit. Turns out doing lots of water shenanigans ain't great for the frame rate. Oops, no, I don't want to expel you. I just want to follow you. It's about the only thing I've been able to put on to relax for a while this week. Well, happy to help. I just wish I could output them more frequently, but there's so much fucking work. It's like ridiculous how much work they are. Okay, so this is the issue. They're just not able to stand here. So let's say prioritize this side, maybe lower prioritize this side. Okay, fine. Because this is like very easy to finish. They just need to get there. Oh, shit. Well, that's bad. Giant mandrills, hey? Well, the elves are attacking us with giant mandrills, chat. So, I guess what I have to do is this. I don't know where they are on the map. So all I can do is tell the dwarves to go... Oh, yikes. Stand right here, because I don't want them to drown. Although they may come in this way, but it is blocked right now. So I'm going to have to just turn this on and be hopeful that it works. Okay, so once again, they're attacking us with recruits. There's also an elk bird on the surface who's discovered them. I'm sorry, squirrel people? They're so fluffy. How could I be mad at them? It doesn't matter how much they want me dead. They're so cute. I mean, like, look at them. It's an army of fluff balls. Chat. Can I get a Vile Force of Darkness? We're getting attacked by an army of evil cartoon characters. They're very cute. Look at them. Actually, is that their only way in? Oh no, they can totally go through this way. You know, I wonder how long they've been over there, actually. Probably not that long. They are just kind of all standing there. Where's that giant mandrill at? We are about to get hit by an ad. I will pause the game when the ad hits. It's pretty far away. A vile force of fluffiness, yes. We also have a strange mood. Who is another weaponsmith. I don't think anybody's died yet either. It seems that Butch Cats got into a fight and killed an elf, so good for you, Butch Cats. Metalsmith's Forge has been claimed. We're in an ad. We'll pause. I think in this case, I might be the force of darkness to them. However, personally, I feel that the actual vile force of darkness is the goblins, because they completely exterminated the humans and have mostly exterminated the elves and made expansion for the dwarves damn near nigh on impossible. So, in my opinion, my humble opinion, the goblins are the vile force of darkness. I am a vile force of dwarfness, though. That I know for certain. I can tell you that for almost absolute certainty. Also, I got a comment the other day. Well, by the other day, I mean yesterday evening. On the cult video, I want to say. And they just said that they watched, that person watched through all 3 of the big videos I've made to confirm that they're safe for kids and are, like, going to let their little kids watch them as Saturday morning cartoons. So I have leveled up from Twitch streamer to Saturday morning cartoon provider, and I think that's kind of cool. It's like, I'm pretty sure every major curse word I do say is censored, so. All right, we're back. Let's follow the artifact. Waiting for more ambush sounds. And looking for combat logs. What the heck? What's an antler? Stibnite gizzard stones. Yeah, except instead of putting out 2 episodes a week, I put out an episode very infrequently. Okay, so there's more giant mandrills. What do they have so far? Aw, man, they grabbed pig iron again. Well, is what it is. Terrified while in conflict. What? Oh. Shit. This is why I'm trying to drain this place, chat. Yes, this is why I'm trying to drain this place. I'm going to just give these dwarves a second chance. You didn't see anything. You didn't see anything. They are running up the hill, firing bolts, missing a lot, turns out. And I'm also going to tell the dwarves to just station over here so it's nice and far away from the edge. Did somebody else just fall in? If they just fell in, then that's that. Nope. It's just bolts that fell in there. Caverns are in fact linked to the surface, yes. I've also got a ghost that has risen and is haunting the fortress, so... Okay, so let's see. Where are the majority of these invaders? So I've stopped pumping. So it's likely a bunch of them are going to drown here in a minute. That's kind of funny. I think I'm accidentally drowning. What? Caravans arrived? What a bad time. I guess it is that time of year. Okay, so they're mostly all over here, so we'll wait until they start running. One of my dwarves just fell asleep. Great. I'm gonna scream. I'm sorry, a thripsman? Okay, so I've got to say, this is one of the most diverse elven colonies I've seen, because we're getting attacked by gray squirrel people, echidna people, thrips people, and like a small handful of elves. Is that a giant? That's a, what are you riding? A giant sloth? Oh, that's cool. I've never seen giant iguanas before. Dwarves are starting to get bolts or arrows shot at them. Let's just move them up. We've got Mafful over here, the militia captain, who's striking the giant sloth with a shield, but the attack glances away. Strikes it again, and which bruises the lung and strikes it once again. Up here we have Ice Blue, who is probably going after the sloth as well. It in fact is. In fact, punched the Thrips bowman so hard that they're in the mouth that their mouth collapsed into gore. So I think you just killed a Thripsman. Yep, you just killed a Thripswoman. There's a very, very bloody giant iguana as well. My spear dwarf ran in, and the dwarves seem to be doing pretty solid damage. Let's just tell them to all go station on top of this hilltop now. I think they have the ability to, but I haven't seen them do that. So, I'm gonna turn this burrow off and tell them to go start pumping this again, because this might come as a shock to you, but I do actually need to drain this creek a little bit, because they ain't drowning. And I ain't gonna tell my dwarves to run into that, because that seems unwise. And the dwarf here has begun a mysterious construction. I'm just gonna fly down to my tomb lair, which is right here. I'm just gonna place these. I think that one was wrong. Yes. Keen Cook. And that, so this one I won't place. This one I won't place. Let's do this correctly. There you are. So I need dwarves to get up to here and start pumping so that we can go attack these guys. Down here is what needs to happen. Diplomacy is happening with the outpost liaison. I'm just gonna keep asking, well, for wood, please. They want earrings and fish. All right. So I have to make crafts at some point. I have a naked ghost in the middle of all these dwarves. Can we get rid of that ghost, please? I appear to be attacked by a sonic cast. More or less, they just need to attack me with giant hamsters, and then yes. That's the main thing that we are missing right now, is giant hamsters. If we can just get some giant hamsters up in here, then yes. Very much so. Okay, pumping is happening now, which means this is gonna get much lessened. Which means this is going to become suddenly shallower. And I'm going to go be very brave and tell my dwarves to go be very dumb. Go be very dumb, very brave dwarves, and learn to swim while you're at it. Bolts are flying. Arrows are flying as well. And my dwarves are fighting on the edge of this. Stunned and bleeding is my first dwarf. A lot of them are just standing on the edge, probably punching down. This recruit is repeatedly striking a giant iguana in the head with a steel shield. Mafful over here is in a martial trance, but is also drowning. So if you can just, like, stop drowning occasionally, that would be pretty cool. If you could do that. Like, maybe don't go up the river where the water gets deeper, as an example. We've also got this dwarf here who is wielding an axe and also drowning, but keeps getting out of the water and ceasing to drown repeatedly, which is nice. You're in the water and drowning, but also winded, equally winded. If they get to the end here, it won't be drowning levels, so that's good. There's also a bunch of very scared giant iguanas with dude with bows on the back. It appears that we have lost Mafful up here, which is a big shame. Big sad, much sad. That was one of my militia commanders, in fact. Not very smart militia commander, but still a militia commander. We've got an absolute hero of a dwarf here, Itun, who's currently just mostly blocking stuff with their shields and probably drowning. And now I have an artifact Iron Mace, so that's great. Aban, the weaponsmith, has created Arban Sumun and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. I've got another dwarf in here who's now thirsty and drowning. Well, that doesn't make any sense, but It appears that we are... Every single time it becomes 6 deep, they cease drowning. So, yeah. And then when this swaps to winded, they're no longer drowning, which is also good. Did I make a tomb for Irib? It's probably just that last one. They're continuing to fight. You're going to get real good at swimming real quick, probably. Dabbling swimmer, how about you? Dabbling stonecutter, not really a swimmer. You're jumping past all of this. Oh no, now you're doing the dumb. Don't go up the river. Going up the river is certain death. No, don't do it, Dwarf. Don't do it. You have much life left to live. It's not worth it. Why would you do such a thing? Tisk. Speaking of Tisk. Did that other dwarf over there drown? Looks like they didn't. So it appears we were able to take out another one of these dudes. We've got a squirrel who's on the other side of the river. I'm going to send my squads over here, which means they should just take the long way around. Oh boy. This is peak cavern dweller behavior. This is kind of great. I don't know. I'm having a great time. I don't know about you guys, but I am most certainly having a great time. I'm also just going to try and make this out of some other material. Can I? I'm kind of tempted to just try and make it here because it would be very easy. But then it's also very likely that they'd go over the edge, so. I'm just going to do... Okay, let's actually just forbid this. Don't let them use that one. And the dwarves are running to the other bridge. Because there's still invaders on the map. Although it's just a singular Thripsman. Joined skunk, eh? Is pig iron an okay mace material? Not really, but we'll use it. That's the, like, reality of these is, like, are they good materials? Eh. No, not really. But, like, we're going to use them because it's what we got. This fort is more about using what we got and then just dealing with it. Less about, like, good materials, per se. Are you leaving? Hey, okay. Let's move you over here. Kogan, Jasper. Jasper is now leading the distant oars. Okay, let's just trade. Because I'll have stuff that we can trade, of course. I also need to read that artifact. Look at that. I mean, to give you an idea on not great artifacts, I have a tin axe in the fort. That thing is not going to be good for artifacts, as an axe, but we're using it because it's what I have. This is a pig iron axe. All craftsmanship is of the highest quality. It is encrusted with Galena cabochons and cushioned citrine cabochons and studded with pig iron and encircled with bands of cushioned stibnite cabochons and rectangular magnetite cabochons. This object, of course, is adorned with hanging rings of magnetite, and on the item is an image of Kib, and Kib is surrounded by dwarves and artwork. The artwork relates the ascension of the dwarf Kib to the position of queen of the Lancers of Martyring in the year 7. Definitely no longer with us. Apparently we are fighting with a troglodyte. I don't know who let the troglodytes in, but there's troglodytes in the fort. Also a giant mole. Well, it's not the worst, but like it's certainly not optimal. I guess is probably the best way. Did you just get drowned? I don't think so. Nope. You're still up and about. You did jump into the water and then jumped out. Yeah. By the way, you bit a giant iguana in the tongue and shook it around. So I would call you very, very legendary when it comes to that fight. Quite legendary. Let's see if we can get this dealt with. On the side of a beer mug? There you go. Sounds like a good use of your time. You know, I'm kind of thinking that if this were pumping water, and also I think I can now. Let's just double check. Okay, this shouldn't spray water anywhere anymore. This will actually give me an opportunity because it's going to pump a bunch of the water out of that upper river. And then that'll hopefully allow me to complete that construction quicker. Let's also take these dwarves off of training for a bit. Give them a break. Okay, the water's done. Yeah, so that's going to help drain this a whole bunch. Fingers crossed. Yeah, that's actually pretty good. I'm presuming you're coming to construct the building. Come on, Yuvish. Sounds like you're the iguana. Are you saying your girlfriend in college was a lizard? That's because that's the message I'm getting here. Although biting off your tongue would also be pretty bad. Come on, you. I mean, you can just walk out, so. All right, this is my backup plan up here. I don't really want dwarves to get swooped over the edge, but this is much shallower. I should just hit period until that turns to a 1. There you go, right there. If dwarves go over the waterfall, well, it happens. I'll let that one sit for right now and just follow this. Yeah, this is much more doable. I mean, hey, no judgment if you like kissing reptiles. Just, you know, don't let them bite your tongue, you know? I just need to turn that into a dump zone. Oh, come on. Okay, at least one of these are... Okay, there we go. These are getting constructed now. This is also getting constructed. That's very doable. But we'll see which one gets done. This fort would be OP in adventure mode? How so? It's one. Okay, we're good. One more. Come on. It's one more. It's almost always set to one. I just need a dwarf with a brick. Come on, dwarves. Where do you be? Unless you're trying to get this brick. Which is very possible, actually. Okay, so, dwarves. You have a very simple task. Fucking don't go here. Fucking go here. Like, okay, so they're trying to get this brick. That's the problem. So they're trying to get that for here. So I have to get a different sandstone brick. Quit trying to get that brick, damn it. I don't fully get why they're standing here. It's like if they just stand on the other side, it would be totally fine. Okay, let's try that maybe. Can you... There you go. Okay. Can you... Ah! There we go. Sweet. I can now turn this stuff off. Hallelujah. Welcome back, frames. I hardly knew ye. Also, we can finish that anyway. Yay! Okay, so now that all that nonsense is done, that's half of it. Which is going to make accessing those bodies less of a pain. Now I need to do this side. Now I need to do this side. Although I'm kind of wondering here. Could just do a drop drain. Wow, this is actually getting constructed. Oh shit, are we dealing with agitated now? Yep. It's time for agitated giant vultures, friends, and some migrants have arrived. One dwarf has fallen into the water, but he took a vulture down with him. Another weaponsmith has been found dead. Bolts are flying. Many dwarves are falling because they're all trying to jump. That's not a good spot to jump there, dwarf. Cool. You know, this dwarf has actually gotten good enough at swimming That they're not even drowning, which is kind of amazing. And a Forgotten Beast has arrived. It's a feathered flea. Everything is great. This is why your bridges are all covered. See, here's the thing. I'm not intending to use this as my front door. I don't want to use this as my front door. I want to use this as my front door. But, it is what it is, you know? It is what it is. Also, this dwarf isn't even drowning, so that's kind of incredible. Cyanide drowned, UGDPY drowned, as well as several other dwarves. I'm just gonna get these rivers dammed, and then we can just not worry about it. That's the actual plan here, is just get these fucking rivers dammed and then not worry about it. Speaking of, there's only 2 more agitated giant burbsies, which are all very high up. And I think we also lost Jasper. No, just my Arksdwarf leader, not Jasper. Fortunately, these giant birds are delicious. Where's the last one? And see, if I wanted this fortress to be perfectly safe, I wouldn't be doing a lot of the things that I'm doing. But I'm going to be honest, though. This is more entertaining than the alternative. Would you not agree? It's like, yeah, you know, like I certainly could make this place significantly safer, but where's the fun in that? You mean boring? Yeah. Something like that. Okay, let's just get rid of this for a sec. Maybe not that. That's a little silly. I mean, this is the only spot left that I need to dam. And then it should just drain, so. Safe fort, create weak dwarf. I don't know about that, but. Safe forts create entertainment for me, or create less entertainment for me. So I want dangerous forts, because dangerous forts provide me with entertainment. Also, I can deconstruct these. And an ad break is about to hit, so when that ad break hits, I will pause the game. Ay. What do I have for... Okay, there's another agitated... There's one more agitated giant vulture. You mean like staggered training forever? Then you'd have a lot of uniforms being equipped and unequipped all the time. Not that that's a bad thing. It's just, what if? I don't know. I've done that on smaller forts, but not on larger forts. Not every dwarf wants, like, martial training, you know? Let's just turn these off for right now. Tell this vulture's dead anyway. Two more have been killed. Whoa! What were you killed by? Uh-oh. I didn't even check that Forgotten Beast. Where even is it? I completely, like, spaced on the fact that there was another Forgotten Beast in the fort. Okay, no, not you. This thing. It's a poison vapor, swinging trunk, bloated body. Okay, so I'm gonna tell this squad to go kill it, even though they're very far away. It's fine. He's dead. He's dead. Not really an issue there. Also, sorry, the ad break just hit. Somebody punched it. It's all good. Although, I'm just gonna go down into here real quick. It'll be safer once I get those rivers dammed properly, which we're almost there. We got one done. Just gotta get the other one done. I'm more concerned about the birds currently than, you know, damming the fort. Or than the stuff underground, so. It's actually the biggest concern for me currently. Okay, so what's left for Agi vultures? Sending them up there. Hello, Whack Major. Dwarf was found dead. Yeah, I don't know. Gotta keep it interesting. I am a firm believer in the safe fort is a boring fort. Okay. So these additional 2 will help. I really wish, like, I hadn't made all of my pipes out of iron. Because that would make construction here way faster, but... it is what it is. Let's unsuspend this, let them finish constructing that. Also need to do one on the other side. Hey, chat, I have a question. Are you entertained? Can deconstruct those. Good. Then the fort's having its own, what's the word? The intended effect. Have you ever destroyed a fort to kill what was already your downfall? Many times. That's a question from the YouTube chat. You're multitasking? What you multitasking on? Okay, that's the first one done. Just need this and a brick. So let's get this side going. Okay, so for agitated animals, it's just the one agitated giant wren. I'm just going to send these dwarves inside, give them a break. Cage that. Get you pumping. Get you pumping. And then they're running away from the giant wren again. Oh. It's standing in a very annoying spot. Making it very difficult for me to make a dam. Because things keep running away in fear from it. Well, they still have bolts, so I'll also send them over here. Okay, so this, once these get pumping, which you're just standing there in fear. Where the fuck is this thing? Can I finish what I'm doing, Volkodov? Any happy child? I don't think anybody's going to be happy in this fort very much in a minute. You're still alive and you're not upset. Which one do you want? Neither. I have tasks I need to get done that we can start checking in on dwarves. Budgie, what up? It's good to see you, mate. You can get bards, you can get monster hunters, you can get adventurers, you can get like poets, you can get scholars, you can get all kinds of things. Moldath? Okay. The best time to ask me to check in on dwarves, local dev, is when not everything is going ham wild, okay? He is sloppy with his living space, and he has a very calm demeanor. He can get caught up in internal deliberations when action is necessary, and he tends to not be swayed by emotional appeals. He tends to cling tightly to ideas, is open to changing his mind, and tends to hang on to grievances. Likes to keep things practical without delving too deeply into the abstract, and finds obligations confining, though he is conflicted by this for more than one reason. He has a greedy streak, and he generally acts with a narrow focus on the current activity. He exhales sharply when he's exasperated, and he needs alcohol to get through the working day. Personally believes that it would be a fine thing if all time or leisure time, and is greatly disturbed by quiet and peaceful existence. Strongly believes that a peaceful and ordered society is out without deceit is best, and sees no value in holding back complaints, concealing emotions, and values tradition. No, you're not annoying me. It's just I'm not going to do it right now because I want to get this done. You like giant vulture bone. Well, there's going to be lots of that here. You like rabbits as well as for their ears, and ravens for their intelligence. In the words of the pantomiming, of the wonder of pantomiming, and when possible prefers to consume hake and mackerel, and wild carrot plants, and quinoa beer. Both your parents are dead, rip. And you're doing kind of okay, all things considered, but you're vengeful after joining into an existing conflict. You're 16 years old. Welcome to the fort. I also was very vengeful at 16. You know, I just really would like to get this done, so. Would really like to get this done. Okay, that one's done. There's one other change I could make to this, which would be put a few tiles of flooring into this, which may actually help. Is that vulture still about? Yeah, it is. Hey, that's gonna be annoying. Okay, well, okay, let's turn all these off then. Turn these off. Go here. Send the soldiers down to the edge. Actually, no, don't use the sandstone, use salt. Oh, it's all good, Neezer. I'm okay with naming people, I'm just not going to check in on dwarves until, like, things have calmed down a bit. Okay, well, it seems to be coming down now, so I guess that's a good thing. I don't see any combat, so I guess that's a good thing. Dwarves are canceling because they're seeing the bird. Well, they're shooting bolts at it, so I guess that's good. Well, it's on the other end of the map now, so I don't need to worry about it as much. Let's bring the dwarves back. What year is this fortress on? 1017. We started on 1010, so 7 years. Soldiers come back. I might need to just set up patrols. Okay, I'm going to send this squad back. They can go get drinks. Seeing a giant vulture's dead body. At least we got booze and meats. You think I've given an astounding board? I've got given the astounding board card today. I don't... What does that mean? What's astounding board card mean? Like, genuinely, I have no idea what that means. Okay, let's finish this. Okay, you guys come back. You guys go take a break. Good lord, there's still a ghost in the middle of my fort. Come on, guys. It's like I thought we dealt with that. It's apparently not. Having never worked in a corporate environment, a lot of these terms just go way over my head. I mean, like, I worked in fast food, but, like, it wasn't a, like, I never worked anything above, like, just the basic crew level, right? So, a lot of that stuff just goes way over my head. Weaponsmith is fighting with a giant vulture. Looks like I can kill it. Which may also just cause more giant vultures to appear. Although, speaking of working in a corporate environment, we're fighting with giant vultures, so I guess that's fitting. Okay, that's 2. Disc. It's not helping that much. Kind of around here is the one I want to do. But I require a 4th person to get here. Meanwhile, you are worshipping and picking up equipment very quickly, so it is highly likely that you are just going to get stuck there, my friend. Let's instead just do salt blocks. So I don't try to use these sandstone blocks that are already here. Nobody coming to pump this. I need another Pumpy McDwarf, guys. Where am I Pumpy McDwarf at? You know, after all of this, I'm kind of amazed at how not terrible the moods are. I also still haven't killed it. Like, I'm kind of surprised that the moods are not, like, significantly worse. Because I really kind of feel like they should be. Why did you go that way, Dwarf? Did you cancel your job? Yes, you did. Go figure. Okay, well, we got a dwarf coming over here to construct a building. Construction is initiated. If this one was actively getting pumped, this would be better, but it's not. So construction is suspended. These bricks here are gonna kill me. I'm upset. At least those ones are working. Good news is, it's now actually shallow enough. I can start up a second possible wall once this stuff gets down below to the ones. All right, well, we got one done, so that's good. Where is my other pump operator? I mean, like, seriously. Coming to clean? Yeah, because that's so useful. I need a pump operator, not a cleaner. You're not wrong. I do, in fact, need a Mario. A Fisher Dwarf has been missing for a week. Well, at least nothing of value was lost. Come on, dwarfs. Please. I just need one more dwarf pumping. I'm gonna disable and re-enable. Oh, now I have one less. Excellent. Just what I needed. I've only got 2 dwarfs pumping. This is not going to happen right now. Okay, so you come on along here, and then let me guess, you dive into the water and cancel the job? Okay, nope, you walked around. Sweet. Yeah, and then they dive in there. Why do they do that? Then you go clean. I am a wee bit astounded by this, but let's just tell them to go this way, right? Or this way. Don't the middle. Go the around, please. It's not that difficult. It's a small task. Dear dwarfs, why you do this to me? If they keep doing this to me, I may just, like, build a bunch of, you know. I may just have to build a whole bunch of windmills, which I also don't really want to do. Because that's more building on the surface, which is equal more danger. You're attending a meeting. That's... Hey, they killed it. There are more agitated animals now. No, okay. So the good news is the giant vulture is dead, so there's no more lawyers on the map. Or used car salesmen. So that's the good news. That's the good news I got, guys. It's something, hey? Let's just triple these up, I guess. And the bad news, lots of dwarves have drowned. Okay. Another dwarf started pumping. That's also good news. Okay, now unsuspend this. Yep. No, you're very close for a second there. Instructions at least initiated. Just need the final tick of this to be right when it hits 1. Too many dead dwarfs, yes. Okay, so you are now pumping there. Those two are now suspended, of course. I'm starting to wonder if it's because of all this surface water here that they're just slipping down. That might actually be the answer. All right, let's do this then. Thank you for the $5, Jeffrey. Jeffrey, in the YouTube chat. Many dwarves were waterlogged in the making of this fort. Maybe not harmed. I guess it highly depends on your definition of harm. At that point. Good news is that Ghost is now gone, thankfully. Okay, well, you're coming to construct that building. That's good. Okay, so now I can do this. And this. And this. And this. I can also go up to here. Those two are still pumping. Am I flooding the map? No, I'm flooding the map intentionally, but the goal isn't to flood the map. I'm trying to dam some rivers. The flooding of the map is a side effect, not the intent, I guess. That's 2. Three and 4. Yay! Okay. Now I can unsuspend these. And I can go here, and I can click... Oh, no, don't do whatever's closest. That's basically shallow enough. So now I just need... these to get blocked off, and then this will be a piece of cake. Yeah, that'll be easy. As long as these 3 dwarves continue doing this. Let's check constructions. Come on. Don't get pushed around more than you need to there, Dwarf. Don't drop a sock. That's just gonna put more debris in the water. That's bad. You don't want the debris in the water. Also gonna see if I can tell them to dump these. And somebody left. God damn it. Now there's more water in here. Now there's more water. Oh, now 2 of them left. Damn it. Also, YouTube folks, can you hit the party button a whole bunch for that super chat? That's the 3rd that's 3 times the super chats I've had in any other YouTube stream this week. Maybe 100% times actually, because I haven't had any others this week. So thanks. All my fish are gonna taste like feet. Well, that's gonna be one hell of a feat. I don't know about you guys, but I am exceptionally entertained by this fort. I am having a blast. This is good fun and very silly. Don't drown, please, but you are thirsty. Please just open your mouth. Speaking of opening your mouth, dwarves, can we pump some things? Okay, cool. Can you please just go operate a pump? Yeah, there you go. There you go. There you go. There you go. I just need one more Dwarf to operate to perp. Who's going to be you? This one's basically shallow enough. Come on. I've just got 2 more. That's all that we need. We're so damn close. He went for the equipment. Why would you do that, Dwarf? All right, the Dwarf over there fall asleep. You're trying to construct a building? Oh, you're not going to be able to do it right now. I should really just power this, shouldn't I? Like, that's what I should do. I should just power this. I need to stop, like, being a baby and just power this fucking thing. Although I've gotten rid of enough of the water now that I can just power the thing. So while I'm waiting for that, I'm going to bring down two more pumps. I mean, a lot of dwarves are getting swimming lessons. I guess that's the happy side effect of this. Is a lot of dwarves are getting swimming lessons. Let's hope there's wind here. Now you show up. Okay, good. There is wind. Generating 40 power. Okay, well that's powered now, so that's good. Now I no longer need to wait for dwarves to not be dumb. Actually, you know what? Let's just build a wall piece here. Let's get that one done. Get that wall piece done. That's going to just stay being suspended for a little bit till we get this done. Deconstruct and reconstruct the floor, or smash it with a drawbridge. Smashing it with a drawbridge does in fact work. Also, Volkodov, because you want to check in on your kid. We have a moment of silence here. Nothing crazy. You're just disillusioned after being forced to the decay. You've been forced to endure the decay of your father, which has kind of fucked with you a lot. And you've been dwelling upon that. So your father died. Basically, you've got a supervillain arc beginning, which I think pretty badass, if you ask me. Pretty traumatic of an event, though. Screw it. I don't need that much extra pumping on this side, just enough. I'm in an ad now, so I will pause. Stop placing a stockpile doesn't get them to clean mud. You just bought DF and you've been watching all your videos to get started. What am I working on now? I'm trying to dam a river, yeah. But I was trying to do it quickly and not efficiently, and now I'm like realizing that the quick way that I was trying to do it isn't going to work, so I'm actually trying to do it properly now. It kind of didn't help that we had a Forgotten Beast in the fort and a bunch of people attacked us while I'm trying to do this. It's been fun. We've lost like 20-something dwarves. It's been a good time. Everybody's having a blast, I think. Except for we're having a blast. The dwarves are not having a blast. This fort actually seems pretty terrible, actually. Although they were very cute. Perennially curious. They were very cute, the squirrels were. Yeah, the elves have a very large population of gray squirrels that are attacking, which is funny. As well as giant iguanas. Just get those pumping. Manually while I wait for these to finish. So instead of a vile force of darkness, it's a vile force of adorableness. It's definitely what we've been attacked by recently. So now that these are pumping, this is going to be a lot safer on this side. Those are now automatically pumped instead of manually pumped, which is also good. This will stop water from flowing in here, which will give us slightly more chance of being able to get this done. The dwarves are still standing on the dumb side. Can't help them there. Like, I've told them to not stand there, so there's so much I can do. Gray squirrel attacks? That's nuts. Well, they were gray squirrel people, right? I really should have just pumped lava up here. It would have been easier. That's for sure. Okay, there we go. Come on, Dwarf. Lots of good swimming training, though. Genuinely, I don't know why they're insisting on standing on this side. All right, how about I do this? We're not quite in Hail Mary mode, but I'm getting there. I am getting there. I'm also just going to start doing this side right here. Try and build a second dam in the middle. In shallower water. Like, it's not as shallow, so it may still be a little bit more difficult for them to complete, but... Yep, I don't know. I don't know why they're insisting on going on that side. I give up with this. Also just gonna erase this. They just want to drown? No, they want to learn to swim. Not drown. They're not gonna drown doing this. They know it's safe. Otherwise they wouldn't path there. That's 2 done. It's 3 done. There's a tree in the middle. Come on. I have faith. Some faith. Not much faith, but some faith. One of these will get completed. Well, Emperor Iron, how good are you at swimming? Novice. Well, we'll just let him learn to swim for a bit. Pathos, thanks for the 10, what is that, euros in Super Chat? Appreciate you. Chat, can I get a round of beers? YouTube's pulling their weight today. It's crazy to see. You love to see it. Thanks for the expression of appreciation of my content. And you know what? I'm just going to do these with whatever's closest. That should be very doable. But they have to stand on the left side. I can't wait to deconstruct this entire fucking thing. It's gonna be a glorious moment. I was gonna say, I could also, like, try and pull it out of that with buckets, but... I think pretty much all I can really do right now is just wait. Continue to unsuspend this one. And then just wait for this to be built. What? I wonder what canceled that. Not entirely sure. I wonder how shallow this is. Whoa, very shallow. Well, at least this is working. It is draining, so that's good. Let's make some tombs. Let's see how many tomb tasks there are. Plenty of put bodies in tomb tasks. Of course, I'll get to it in a little bit. Keep on suspending this. Keep suspending that. Animal, what up? It's good to see you. Look, here's the thing. The elves have definitely invaded me multiple times, and I'll tell you this. We just completed the task. The elves have definitely invaded me more than one time. And you know what the best part is? Not only that have they invaded me more than one time, but they've been invading me with barely any actual elves. They've mostly been invading me with squirrel people, hamster people, and echidna people. Which, personally, I think it's hysterical. We did it, chat. We did it. I defeated the nonsense of my own creation. And now this river is just going to slowly drain. Damn, in memory of my own... I mean, I'm sure you could make your own. Just curious if I have any ones that aren't assigned. May actually be just enough. Okay. Next thing I gotta do. So I'm just gonna go over here and dump all this. And I haven't said anything, but I've quietly got this really big body pile over here. I think I'm just going to go to right about... No, not there. Right about there. I'll deal with all this. I could actually pretty easily make a minecart cannon for this, but I think just throwing stuff out's easier. I personally think just throwing stuff out is easier. Are you naked? No, you are not. You are just the same color as your clothing. Got it. All right. I huge lake above the entrance that fills about 2/3 of the map. Figure out a way to drain it. Is kind of what you have to do. That's really your only option. Well, the good news is needs a walkable perimeter. Right. So in order to do this, I have to deconstruct these. Actually, no, don't do that just yet. Do this. Dwarf here is constructing this building. This is one of the longest constructions I've made in a very long time. It's been a while since I made a bridge this big. You can get dwarves to push minecarts. I have a tutorial on how to fully set up minecarts if you want to watch that. It's probably your best bet there. Because the simple version is you're going to have to set a route to push. Or if you want some extremely dangerous, borderline suicidal design, you could also very easily power it using powered minecarts, but those are much more, well, maybe not easily. Easily is a bit of a misnomer. It's much more convoluted to set them up, and you're more likely to just kill your own dwarves than actually have a properly well-functioning powered minecart track. So. You were trying to build an artificial river, but that part went wrong. You know, one of my bigger regrets about that early tutorial series was that I put in that artificial river bit. I probably shouldn't have done that, because, like, it's maybe a bit too advanced for a beginner tutorial, but what's done is done. So now it's just a matter of waiting for this river to drain. That's kind of all it is. And also waiting for this bridge to complete. Which will just be done at some point. It's literally taking weeks for that bridge to get done. Completing that bridge is a Herculean task, and knowing my luck, the second I finish it, some dragon's gonna show up and just destroy it. Because, you know, my luck. Another dwarf's been found dead, drowned. We finally found the body. Like I said earlier, I'm still freaking shocked at how few dwarves are depressed in this fort. Like, genuinely, I am bloody amazed at how not pissed off this fort is. With everything that's happened. Making a bigger dance floor for this tavern. Allowing them to spread out and get some elbow room, and I'm out of booze. Right. If not for a monster to come and destroy it. You know, you're not wrong. I am just tempting monsters to come destroy my big, beautiful bridge. If you're trying to collect sand, just let them go from walls. And if you're worried about sand or about stuff that's spreading on sand, just build on top of it. Sand or moss on like your dirt layers is good. This is a positive thing. You don't want to stop it. It's not a negative thing. It just allows your animals to graze underground, which is a net positive for you. So the simple answer is you want them to do that. This dwarf's been working at this so long, they're getting thirsty. Oh. I was very worried for a second there. I saw water flowing and I was like, oh god, where's that water coming from? What if I fucked up? It's okay. This'll drain. It won't be that deep. We'll cancel some movement for a bit, but that's fine. You love the Z level play? Yeah, it's good. Because say now would be a bad time for that to finish because then they can't get back out. I think I'll just set these over here to be a lower priority. Instead, just go here. Construction's nearly done. You have a cave directly under your central staircase. Every every map has caves in it, unless you've specifically told the game to not have caves in it. So yes, that is in fact normal. Is to be expected, and is part of game. Hey, the bridge is done. So now that I've got the bridge, plop in one of these. And then also I'm going to fly down to here. Check these coffins. Let's go another 13 tombs. And none of those are claimed. Meaning, I now just need to deal with this web spitter. Forgotten Beast Nagosh Dasurasium has come. A gigantic humanoid composed of salt. It has wings and it appears to be emaciated. Beware its webs. It's currently in a layer where it can get to me. So what I think I'm going to do, it's right here where it can get to me. Those webs are scary. I'm going to lock these two doors to slow it down for a minute. And then chuck 2 doors in here. And see if I can trap it. Stop it, Dwarf. Yeah, I always make that. So it's the humanoid Twitch chat. It's almost always the joke I make. That's not even remotely shallow. That's not even remotely shallow, mate. Like, okay, cut time. To give you an idea on the variety that Dwarf Fortress provides, there's been times where I haven't found the first cavern layer until layer minus 100. And then there are times where I find the first cavern layer on layer minus 5. Dwarf Fortress doesn't have predictable map generation, unless you are doing very specific advanced world generation parameters. So, if you're just generating with the default settings, you're going to have a very wide variety of cave depths and map sizes. And that is part of what makes the game so appealing to a lot of us. This is very normal Dwarf Fortress map gen. Just waiting for a Dwarf to finish this door. Need a better way at it, in and out of here. Possibly. Right now I just want to catch it. I wouldn't mind having a silk generator. That'd be cool. Come on, Dwarf. Why you walk so slow? Storage is really heavy? Can't be that. Oh, you're carrying a bunch of gear. Another forgotten beast named Stagshell, which is a hairy petrosaur, is common. It has a twisting jointed trunk and a gaunt appearance. Its tall hair is very curly. Beware its noxious secretions. Where is it? This one, I will likely have to fight. And it can fly. Yeah, so we're 100% going to have to fight it. But an ad is about to pop. All right, I'm going to pause the game and go use the toilet. And then we'll fight that beast when I'm back. No, you can't, Sankey. You cannot butcher sentient creatures. That's against Dwarven ethics. Don't be worse than the elves. If you want to just trade with them, trade like gems. Or like silk crafts. Or used clothing. If, you know, I'm not gonna lie. I'm perpetually puzzled by the fact that people are so easily bothered by the elves. It's like, I'm amazed people don't have thicker skins, I guess. I don't know. Like, they're very easy to deal with. Super easy to please. It's just a matter of, like, playing within the game's... within the rule sets that the game allows. Okay, so this creature is kind of sketchy. But it's gonna equal some really big wings. Not really. Clothing is not very effective in a minecart. Yep. Well, found a dwarf who's now running away. Run, Lemul! Run! You just outran a forgotten beast. That's kind of impressive, actually. Oh. Okay, so we got Jasper. He's being very brave. Okay, let's just tell the squatties to station here instead, because the creature is right here. And Jasper is in mid-air with the creature, who's now up above and is now jumping down onto the ground again. Has dodged a whole bunch of attacks, punched it once, so you know that's good. And the dwarves are still listening to the previous order, as they do. You know what? Why don't I just tell them to kill it? Hey, dwarves, can we kill it, please? Okay, so I've now got Jasper, who's stunned, getting pushed backwards by the creature. We've got a recruit here who's striking it with his shield, which is bruising it. You here, you're punching it repeatedly. That's okay. The dwarves move through the fighting. I'm seeing blood on the ground, which is the creature's blood, not my dwarf's blood, so that's a good sign. The fated creature, I wonder if it actually has any past kills. No, it doesn't. It's 1,215 years old. It is no longer bleeding. It's now bleeding again. Because a recruit kicked it, which bruised it. Militia captain bites it, probably what caused the bleeding. He also struck it several times. The other dwarves are turning around, I think. Nope, no, they are not. It's funny because, like, dwarves follow the initial order that they're given and then don't always get the message to then go to a different order, which I kind of love. It's like lines of communication sometimes takes a bit. The shield dwarves are now surrounding the creature with its noxious secretions. You really don't like your task, do you? At least you're focused. You're also focused. You're also focused. You need to craft an object. But you're about to get some martial training. Although it's hard to get martial training when you're already legendary. More of the thwack dwarves arrive. The beast is just taking a pommeling. Stackhood here is just whacking it repeatedly with a shield, bruising it. The creature's probably just one giant bruise at this point. The dwarves are treating it like a giant piñata. Whacking it, bruising it, striking it. What time of year is it, and how many years have you been in the fort? Cut time. Dwarf traders only show up in the fall. Okay, so I do have some injured dwarves here. Stackhood's blood's on the ground. Who's in pain and bleeding. What happened to you? You got kicked in the upper arm from behind. Ow. Forgotten Beast, on the other hand, is very cut and bruised. The dwarves getting tired will be their downfall. Which is happening to them. Fortunately, I do have some dwarves coming back, such as Big Bang, who's now joining in with the fight and commencing the whacking. It's a very quick way to train very quickly. In fact, kicked it in the head. Forgotten Beast. Haven't lost any dwarves just yet. Not even Stackhood the wrestler, who was injured by the creature. is now back up and moving. Also have some random dwarf who's coming by to collect some webs, who's very surprised to witness a fight happening. It also appears that dwarves with actual weapons have arrived. Picture Point is kicking the beast and bashing it with his hammer. We also have Solon, who is, I think, using the mace, yes. So we have several weapon-wielding dwarves arriving now. The dwarves are continuing to beat it, and its teeth go everywhere, and the creature no longer is with us. Rest in peace, you beast. And let's see if I can butcher it. It's certainly possible we could. Okay, so all the dwarves are left ready. Let's see where that other one is. You're right here. This will be much easier to tempt it out than the other way. Getting kicked and whacked by shields to death. I mean, it attacked us. It didn't have to attack us. If it didn't attack us, that wouldn't have happened, okay? That only happened because it attacked us. Also, I just realized I fucked up. Man. Crap. I'm just throwing all of those bodies right there. That wasn't the intended outcome there, but... Gonna have to try and figure out how I can do this. Just dig up and then dig down underneath it, I guess. Also, wow, they removed the body of that creature quickly. I guess I'm not gonna butcher it. I did want to make it into food, but oh well. Oh well. Yeah, don't worry, Cut Time. Dwarf Fortress is very much definitely a one of those games where it's all about slow, incremental learning. Just for future reference, in my Discord, there's a room called DF Help and Questions. So if you need help when I am not streaming, might be a good place to go. Okay, so let's get that dug under. Let's see, this may very, yeah, this will do her. Sweet. Now I have a trash disposal. It's also now springtime. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to dig through this. And then I'm just going to turn the burrow on. We're going to catch this beast. What's the benefit of shields? They're not a benefit. I wouldn't really recommend doing it. Comedy? Mostly. I'm not permitting my dwarves to use any weapons that are not artifacts. It's part of the personal challenge for this run. There is no benefit to it. It's intended purely as something to make the game more difficult for me. Okay, so now he's beelining it. And it does look kind of cool, if that counts as a benefit. When you're beginning your fortress, you can select your civilization using one of the buttons down in the bottom right. Just waiting for it to appear. Oh, of course. Why must you decide to go into... You decide to go into the area that, like, I don't want you to go into, so I guess we'll just work with this then. That works fine for me. All right, well, we've got you caught now. I will free him later when I actually have some use for him. Nyeh. Excellent. Locked doors do. Although sometimes they can break them, it's just not very common that they can. Did I fuck this up? Oh. Whoa! Frame rate just went bye-bye for a second. Okay, let's see how this over here is doing. You're all dug out. Sweet. Well, I can sort this. All right. At least now I have a big enough tavern that dwarves can dance. Speaking of, it's party time, chat. You should know what to do by now. If you don't, it's very simple. Grab your favorite dancing emotes and post them in the chat. Let's get a dance going. The start of this fort is not on the VOD channel yet. I realized that was a bit ago, but this has been a stressful 10 minutes. Things are usually about 5 to 10 days behind on the VOD channel. I do that kind of intentionally. Is this a VOD? Well, it will be in a few seconds. Yeah, those are things that are very easy to overcome once you just realize, or once you just kind of learn what the game requires of you. Cut time on Twitch? It's pretty simple, realistically, to deal with things like basic farming and whatnot. It's just a matter of understanding that the game is going to ask you to do that. But once you get past that point, it's a lot of those issues that people tend to have in early game is pretty trivial. So they're chanting. I'm actually mildly curious. What is this dance? The Carmine Veneration is a solo performance dance originating in the hatred of questing. Man, the dwarves are dancing twice. They really wanted to make merriment. They had so much fun with that last dance that they're doing it again. Content after having a pretty decent drink? Well, at least something's good. Light task, do you want to join a military squad? How about you? Dream of crafting a masterwork. Dreams of mastering a skill. Should be fine. How about you, Id? Finds those that develop doesn't care about weapons or fighting. Dreams of raising a family. Dreams of raising a family. Cheerful patient. Values skill. Wants martial training and fighting. Do 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 do. I'm just over here like putting dwarves into my military. This dwarf as well. All right, next thing I'm going to do is we're going to make our dwarves a nice-sized training barracks. That is the next thing we're going to do here. Because my soldiers deserve a better barracks. Especially after all I've put them through recently. Barracks is just going to go like right here. I like how I managed to do 120 twice. I was like, we'll do less than 120. Nope. 91, that'll do. That'll be the beginnings of it. Because you made an underground meeting area in a stone cave and they went there instead of the pasture. Yeah, you do have to manually assign them to the pasture, or they won't go there. Another forgotten beast. This one's a stegosaurid. It has 3 narrow tails and a gaunt appearance. Beware its deadly spit. Hopefully it's... I was going to say not in this layer, but... This one's got several kills. Got a bunch of very green soldiers, but... we're going to have to fight it. Also, yeah, okay, no, we should be good on beasts. Giant mole must have starved to death in one of my cages. Several dwarves really need to go get gear, so I'm just going to tell them to go update it. Same with you guys. Just go get gear if you don't have any. Okay. And this beast is right here. Godforsaken hate. It just completely obliterated the elk birds. Moses, as well as Jasper and Geshud have all attacked it. Eldrish, thankfully, actually has a weapon, which is an artifact spear. Eldrish, the wrestler, is bashing it with his spear and also stabbing it. Mostly bashing it, though. I've got a wrestler which is striking it repeatedly in the body. And the creature itself is bleeding quite a bit. The dwarves are fighting with the creature. When this one dies, I'm going to have to... Have you fired bolts yet? Yeah, you have. Fired a steel bolt. Butchcat says, in the midst of conflict, I laugh in the face of death. There's no need to feel vengeful, he says. Creature is rolling backwards and now falling because it hit a wall. Butchcats very enthusiastically dives on top of it after shouting something about no need to feel vengeful. Spearmaster stabs the Forgotten Beast in the body with their bronze spear, tearing the guts. Jasper here strikes it repeatedly with his shield. Old habits die hard, I think. The creature is in emotional shock, winded and bleeding, lying down, being struck repeatedly by shields and also stabbed. We've also got a recruit who's punching it. Who's the recruit who's punching it? The recruit is Zon, one of my very recent recruits, who's repeatedly striking with her steel shield. Curious, Zon. You're focused. You really like your new job, don't you? You really do seem to. You're already a skilled fighter, which is actually a really good route to be heading in. And it appears that the beast is still alive. And this weaponsmith just runs past it. Which is kind of funny. Heavy bleeding now. Is Zon still a recruit? Appears that Zon still is in fact a recruit. Curious if Zon will be a recruit by the end of this fight. And after a few more hits, the creature is now dead. Well done, dwarves. Well done. I'm just gonna build this here out of a brick and see if I can butcher it. Now, I don't have any dead dwarves, but they are pretty well trained now. I will say the combat skill of miscellaneous object is really good, which they are all training while bashing things with their shields. So, if there's any like major takeaway from these creatures, or from fighting creatures like this, it's that this is a very fast way to train miscellaneous object, is by only using shields. I mean, geometric shapes are pretty cool. To me, like, the only time the forts look unappealing is when they're just squares. It's like either cool patterns or asymmetrical cave designs are the ones I prefer. Got another weaponsmith. This one's a Feymood. As long as you're not fighting zombies, it's not that bad. In the early game, you built a small keep with a moat, and within the walls of the keep, a well. Not long after completed, a Titan attacked, proceeded to jump the moat, swim through the well. Something that you'll learn very quickly while playing Dwarf Fortress Max Normal is that making a moat is more dangerous to your own dwarves than the enemy. Where did its body go? I thought I forbid it. The hell? Like, guys, come on. It's like I thought I forbid that for a reason. I wanted to eat that. That was dinner. God damn it. Kind of miffed, actually. Ugh. So let me set this workshop to deconstruct, and then I will go locate it. This cavern is too big. I have no friggin' clue where that workshop was. It's around here somewhere, wasn't it? Okay. Let's wait for it to show up. Sure, but I just think it's funny because like building moats is one of the biggest noob traps in Dwarfort. Like there's a lot of noob traps in Dwarfort. That's really what the learning curve of Dwarf Fortress is like noob traps. But at the same time, I just think it's really funny that one of the biggest ones is building a moat, yet I settled somewhere with a natural moat and actively did my best to remove it in the last 30 minutes because it is safer to not have a moat. Quite literally. Like, it's... Yeah, I don't know. Moats are funny in Dwarfort. No, not the dwarves. The dwarves are actually not that bad. I mean, the dwarves and the AI are pretty competent. So I would say it's the biggest danger to a fort is the player. Although maybe I'm getting a bit too meta with that. Yeah, well, at least you don't have to, like, drain a lava moat constantly to get the bodies out. You know? Okay, sweet. I'm butchering a beast. Careful not to fight right there. Yeah. Another pig iron warhammer. Ficod has created Anol Eth, a pig iron warhammer, and offers it to the Storm of Artifacts. So these dwarfs right here, I will just set to train briefly so I can see who doesn't have a weapon yet. It's all the way down to you. Although some of them just simply can't access their weapons. It's called Enel. Eneleth. Let's follow this dwarf while they go get their new warhammer. The level of the lava doesn't change. The only eruptions can be caused by the players outside of reclaiming. They're wielding both their shield and their hammer in the same hand, which is an odd choice. Just gonna remove their shield completely, update their uniform, and then add a shield. Also, we're in an ad break, so I will wait for that to end. Warhammer 5, only 39,995 to go. Yeah. Is Havoc still alive? I think so. Havoc's just a minor. Yes, Havoc is still alive. I'm in an ad break, so I will be leaving the game paused until the ads are done. This gives you an idea for your next fort. Giant lava moat with clear glass on top, and it all the looks and none of the danger. Well, I mean, like, if you actually want a moat, the best moat you can have is a dry moat. Just like a pit around the edge. Because dwarves can survive some pretty hefty falls, and it'll stop a lot of things from climbing your walls if there's more, like, resistance in the way. So, like, if you want to make a moat, just make a dry moat. Or put, like, spikes at the bottom or something. But then, like, more chance of your dwarves taking damage. But, you know, then at the very least, like, they have an excuse to take the damage because they're missing, like, 2/3 of their inner organs because they landed on an iron spike the size of a, I don't know, A small pole. Well, the thing is, all of the artifacts are... okay, so two things about that, Kytern. Maybe, but not for the reason you think, most likely. The artifacts are all weapons, more or less. So they're all going into dwarven inventories, or my soldiers are using them. So making an artifact hold would kind of be counterproductive right now because I'm trying to use them. But because I have so many shield dwarves that have very high miscellaneous object skills, if I just start putting coins everywhere, every time a fight breaks out, a bunch of people are going to die due to impact wounds from getting hit in the head with a coin. Because that's miscellaneous object. It's not quite throwing, but miscellaneous object, they'll pick up coins and throw them. This is an iron warhammer. All Craftsdwarf ship is of the highest quality. It is decorated with cow leather and encircled with bands of rectangular magnetite cabochons. This object menaces with spikes of pig iron. On the item is an image of table-cut gems in giant mole leather. Not a bad little artifact. But yeah, I know my dwarves are the horde of artifacts. So hoping you get a shield. This dwarf is so... Wait, actually, are you missing a hand? Oh, your right shoulder is fractured. Okay, I'm gonna... Actually, that explains it. I'm gonna remove this dwarf from the military and give somebody else this task. Because if you've got a permanently damaged shoulder, I don't really want you running around not being able to wield half of your weaponry. In terms of mastering a skill, poor analytical ability, frail disdains, poor memory. Sure. I mean, I don't know whose quote that is. I never said that. In regards to the Tarn won't give us gunpowder statement. Oh, I was like, where's the water here? Okay, it's up above. I'm going to make some bedrooms here. Although flinging random objects at projectile velocity fast enough to like break bones has been a thing as long as Dwarf Fortress has. I mean, in like the first earliest versions of adventure mode, it was the like severed arm of your dead friend being thrown was a more effective weapon than actually using weapons in some cases. So, you know, that's just normal Dwarf Fortress stuff. It's got nothing to do with Tarn not giving us gunpowder. Although, as I've said this before, I'm happy Tarn's not giving us gunpowder. Then we'd just be in Warhammer. And I don't want Dwarfort to just be Warhammer. I want Dwarfort to be Dwarfort. I want Dwarfort to be different than Warhammer. You know, like unique and stuff. Oh, geez, I don't even know about that. I just know that throwing is OP. I don't know if they have a relation to whips and the damage that they do. I don't even know what kind of damage they do. Let's go down here. See how many bury jobs we still have. There's currently no burial jobs, so I guess that's good. Hopefully things calm down here for a little bit in this little fort. Because, man, it's been a hot couple minutes. One, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How is it pink? Because it's called rock salt. Rock salt is pink. It's the color of the material that it's being made out of. Also, that was the wrong button. Actually, you know what? I don't like this wall in the middle here. Rock salt or quartzite? Yeah, rock salt and quartzite are the two pink-ish items. Let's make bronze. Let's make steel. And let's smelt gold. Why did I do that a second time? Disable a setting, re-enable it seconds later, forget that you re-enabled it seconds later, and then be like, why did I do that? Can also disable the make rock coffin job, because I think we've got enough now. Okay, so the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go over here and I'm going to embiggen this a little bit. And make a bit more of stoneworking industry. This over here is going to become more bedrooms. My mayor needs an office, which I still haven't done. Let's also just toss one of these over here and one of these over here. I mean, neither can I. Getting enough of these random shapes. I have quite a bit of slate now, though. I have 76 slate. You know that you were going on about those pink buildings here a minute ago, but I think I'm actually going to get rid of the pink walls. We'll do slate walls and pink floors for the military spot right here. I'm also going to rip up this temporarily. Well, not temporarily, but ripping that up to move somewhere else. Down here. This can keep getting built out. Slowly. You there, you need to just get connected to... I thought I built a lever for you, did I? Yes. Link lever to this, then pull. You always end up making squares. You know. There's a reason, yeah, whips are overpowered. So the thing that you need to remember, right, is Dwarf Fortress isn't super heavily balanced, right, Tygo? But at the same time, there are elements to make certain factions have a better chance, right? So whips are not a dwarven weapon because they are powerful enough that realistically nothing would have a chance against them if the dwarves can make them. The dwarves are already the strongest faction just general martial prowess sense, like nothing would have a chance against dwarves in a one-on-one fight. So other things do have weapons that make them stronger. Like elves, they have giant mounts. The reason they have the most access to mounts is because if all they had was their wooden weapons, they would have absolutely no chance. Humans, they have some weapons that dwarves can't make that make them stronger. Every faction needs to have a few kind of boosts to their survivability. And yeah, whips are one of the strongest games or weapons in the game. But that's also because humans are pretty feeble and not all that threatening. Does that make any sense? I hope it does. It's okay. The building will still have pink in it. I just want a little bit more variety in the colors. Not a ton more variety, just a little bit. I'll deal with that. Also, I think we butchered that Forgotten Beast because my meat's suddenly very high up now. Speaking of things that are not high up, though, drinks. Man. Okay. I really need to hotkey these cavern layers. Just gonna go down to here and just do this. Just go harvest a bunch of shit in the caverns, dwarves, please. Because I clearly just do not have enough plump helmets. So right now, basically everybody's off gathering plants. Butch Cats, what do you need help with? You desperately want to... Okay, let's just remove you from this task and put literally anybody else in this task. Maybe Stack could, because you actually do like it, and even though you have a broken arm, could very realistically go do something to solve that. This dwarf just, you need to practice a craft. Just get good, same as real life? Yeah, true. Maybe in your universes, dwarves have invented the technology of whips, mastered the crafting of whips, and perfected it. And thus, there's no other factions left. So it's just dwarf on dwarf action all day. How goes the weaponsmithing? We've had some good artifacts, nothing like to write home about. No steel short swords or anything, just a lot of like other steel weapons, if that makes sense. But, you know, we're getting there. I have so many dimple cups in a minute. Okay, another thing I'm going to do is I'm going to go up to top here and just go down to there and just unforbid everything. So I've definitely got things that are forbidden right now that probably shouldn't be. Okay, down in here. Let's mine through that. And then begin putting flooring in. We can finally get some more bedrooms made. Because I got lots of dwarves that do not have bedrooms right now. This is the first, like, breath of fresh air the game has given me in, like, a year, so I'm gonna take it while it lasts. Oopsies. Just wait till you discover Featherwood. Oh boy, yeah. You know, I'm always kind of envious of people who are like getting excited about little things in Dwarf Fortress, because it just always goes back to the thing for me where it's like the best times in playing Dwarf Fortress is when you the best time in playing Dwarf Fortress is before you know how everything works and while you're still discovering everything, because everything is new and exciting and you're constantly running into new and exciting things that are different. Then after that, it's just, you know, you can still play the game and have fun, but it becomes a matter of like working within limitations or going after personal goals instead of like discovering things. The best times in Dwarf Fortress is when you see something that you haven't seen before and you go, what the fuck is that? The hell? Which is more or less my reaction the first time I saw like floating guts. Although I gotta say, one of the most amazing things I've seen recently was just all of the hungry heads that got hit by the Forgotten Beast that just made them vomit. It was genuinely glorious. Oh, you fell asleep. I thought he was constructing a floor. Okay, getting all those moved. Okay, let's go in here and just go bed, 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 bed. Oh, I'm out of beds. Time to make more beds. And door. Oh, let's just delete this one and place it here so don't run out. We'll make 30 beds, actually. 30 beds, 30 coffers. Rock cabinet. 30. You've had dwarves reforge all the divine metal that we have until it's been made into masterwork short swords, but you think I'll just sit on my adamantine until they make artifacts? That seems pretty rad. How many short swords were you able to get out of that? Okay, so let's just make those 8 bedrooms. Just gonna give all these dwarves beds. Russ Money, what up, dude? How was the dwarfs? Saw you dwarfing today. It's been a while. Hope you've been well. If you guys don't know Russ, he's everybody's favorite clown. Space Station 13 and weird games that are cool. Should go give Russ a follow, chat room. I am going to be swapping off of dwarfs in a little bit here to folks coming in from the raid. We're going to be playing some Caves of Cud. But, you know, same vibe. So hopefully that works for you guys too. How's my fort? Pretty chill at this exact moment. I had to dam a waterfall and a river because I was getting tired of dwarfs drowning. So that was a bit of a catastrophe, but it's sorted now. I'm building a very big front door. The elves keep invading me, but they're invading me mostly with squirrel people and echidna people and thrips people and giant iguanas as mounts. So that's hysterical because we're getting attacked by the cast of Sonic. My fort's slowly building up. I got bored the other day. By the other day, I mean yesterday. And I built this really big hole. And it goes most of the way down. By that, I mean all the way down to the magma sea. I don't know what I'm going to do with it yet. I need to figure that out. I didn't really think about it that hard. I just kind of was like, well, there's magma sea right here, so it'd be a shame if I weren't going to do anything with it. So it's a really tall garbage chute. Yeah, basically. So yeah, that's fun. Yeah. We're only using artifacts as weapons, so my soldiers, all of the weapons that they have are artifacts. So it's slow going actually getting weapons. If they don't have an artifact available, then instead they just get 2 shields, which is fun. Because lol, I guess. So that's entertaining. It's been fun so far. Oopsies, I just clicked the wrong button. Oh well, it's gonna make it bigger, but doink, doink. But yeah, I've been having fun with this fort. We've been being very silly with it, but it's led to some fun shenanigans so far. Yeah, no, they are pretty good. It turns out steel shields are an all right blunt weapon. The other thing that I've noticed is that the dwarves training with their steel shields, the ones that have 2, like these dwarves, are very quickly becoming miscellaneous object users that are very, very talented. So, like, they're extremely good with their shields. So, like, I straight up just told my dwarves to run at a fire-breathing Forgotten Beast, and none of them caught fire, which is kind of amazing. And they're all legendary miscellaneous object users, which is kind of awesome, actually, for a couple of reasons, but... But yeah, it's been fun. Lot of silly shenanigans in this fort. But aside from being at war with elves, did anything particularly noteworthy happen in your fort today, Russ? Or anybody coming in from Russ's stream? If you guys don't know me, my name's Greg. I stream too much Dwarf Fortress. Sometimes chat lets me play other games. And such is life here. Oops, that was salt. Also, mods, I didn't see a shout out, so I'm gonna try and do it myself. Yeah, there you go. Hey, chat, go click that heart up at the top of the screen. Yes, my name is Greg. I am a Greg. I just confused the YouTube chat with that statement. Well, it turns out when you play a lot of Dwarf Fortress, you learn a very simple fact. There's no such thing as a dumb noob question. There's just questions, and all questions are valid. That being said, there are some questions I refuse to answer. But that's mostly about, why can't my dwarves be cannibals? And I say, go play RimWorld, you twat. Basically. If you piss them off enough, they can murder each other and make them into a chair. Which is pretty funny. My pink building is cute. Aw, thank you. Wow. Speaking of Dwarf Fortress stuff, Krug Smash just paused his Patreon. It's kind of wild to me. Ay, ay, ay. He says he's not happy with his video output. Oh, come on, dude. I don't think other people feel that way. Oh. It's a bummer to see. Well, he says he's been disappointed with his video output, which I guess means he feels that he hasn't been putting out enough videos? But I don't know, one video a month is more than worth $5. He's in the workaholic phase again, isn't he? I don't know, I haven't talked with him in a while. I think, like, I have a very different approach to YouTube content than some people, I suppose. Like, for me, if, am I still cooking? Let's just, oh, I see the problem here. Wait, why are you cooking plump helmets? Somehow I managed to have plump helmets only set to cook. That explains so much. That explains everything. How did I manage to do that? Well, that's a first for me. Probably because I misclicked. It would be my bet. You haven't gotten enough subscribers to monetize yet? You'll get there. I'm a artist who's prone to self-flagellation and depression, but I don't feel like turning off my source of income would motivate me. Like, what motivates me is just like figuring something else out that's creative or doing something different. How many hours do I have in DF? God knows if you count all of the hours I have, but I have 2,644 on Steam. I think it may actually be my most played game on Steam now. No, not quite. Got another like 20 hours to beat how many hours I have in RimWorld. But if you include like older versions of Dwarf Fort, it's God knows. We're in an ad break, so we'll pause. I don't just let the game run 24/7. If, like, that time is either recording or streaming. I stream about 30 hours a week, 30 to 40 hours a week. And that's not all of that's Dwarf Fortress usually. Like, the game isn't running the entire time. So, and then the rest of it is for recording. And most of the videos I make come from stream footage. So, I mean, I could just like game it and let it run, but I'm only 400 hours shy. I mean, I also stream like other games, and also the first hour of every stream is me talking, generally. And I do stream other games. I know like people refuse to believe this, but I do. And that amount of time adds up, right? Like even in the past like week, I've streamed like 20 hours of other games. Because I did one full day of Caves of Cud, plus I did 8 hours of not Dwarf Fortress on Tuesday. Sometimes he streams Adventure Mode. Hardy her. I've streamed like 60 hours of Path of Acra in the past year. I streamed 5 hours of Utopia Must Fall that one day. What else have I streamed in the past year? I've streamed like 100 hours of Songs of Six. I streamed like 60 hours of Conquest of Elysium. I did 40 hours of Odd Realm not too long ago. I've streamed like 50 hours of War Sim. I streamed and completed The Witness twice. Yeah. Man, Odd Realm makes me so sad. Like, that's genuinely the only emotion I get from that game now, is just it makes me sad. Yeah, I streamed like 7 hours of Crypt Master and then lost my save file. That was a great time, aside from the losing my save file part. You know what's funny is I'm allowing cooking seeds. Giant gray langur? I have a bunch of caged giant monkeys. Should I train the giant monkeys? I should breed giant monkeys. Also, giant monkeys stole my stuff. Great. And there's a giant gray langur corpse right here. Great. There's also a giant gray langur corpse right here, who's now running through my fortress and dying very quickly. Fortunately, we can remove the bits and pieces very fast. Just gonna wall this side off, make it safer. Captured anything else, one? We ate it all. Mostly just elk birds, actually. I've tried to catch other things. It's like we've had other things wander through the map, like giant hippos and such, but none of them really make it to the fort generally. It's a little bit disappointing, I'm not gonna lie, but... Okay, so this statue of a fluffy Wambler is great. He looks so miffed. Got a little pouty face. Just like looks kind of upset about his existence. It's a beautiful statue encrusted with gems. That's already constructed. How can I encrust something that's already like been built? Can only encrust before they've been constructed. Once constructed, nothing I can do. to orange. Let's make a second one. There we go. Now that job's up and running. Let's get these made. And you over here. And then we can fill the rest of these up with beds, probably, because they've had some time to work on them. And then finish those up. Let's hope that we've got lots of married dwarves who can just claim 2 beds at a time. Turns out when you play in really old worlds, a lot of the dwarves that migrate to your forts are married. Which is something I kind of like. Just go down here. If it wasn't already made, then maybe. Maybe I didn't crust it. And crusting isn't a huge priority here, though. Not this particular fort, anyway. Okay, let's also get all this stuff smoothed. Let's also get a lot of this stuff smoothed up here. These bedrooms smoothed. The bits over here that I can smooth will smooth. Top left needs a chest. I swear I placed one there, but I guess not. Okay. Somehow I managed with a singular problem spot right there, but just slowly place more salt as I get it. Oh, shit. Dwarves, you guys can go back to training. Okay, how come you're just like refusing to wear gear? It's probably because the gear that you're trying to claim isn't close enough for you. If I had to bet, it's probably in the water somewhere. Although, all this is draining, so that's good. We're up to midsummer. Got some water falling off the top of this, which is fine. And I need to wall this off eventually, once we get that wood out of there. And then what I'm going to do is I'm going to just dig a channel all the way over to here and just let that fill from there, which will be plenty. It'll be plenty. Is your dwarf alive? Good question. We're still alive. You do have an axe as your tool of choice. So I've got all of these giant gray langurs now. I'm going to eat the elk birds that I have. I'm going to eat the water buffalo that I have. I'm going to eat the alpaca and the other water buffalo. But those giant gray langurs, I have a breeding pair. I'm going to make a giant monkey pen, which is a very normal thing to do when you're running a dwarven fort like this. But first, we're going to go over here. And I'm going to do this. We're going to make some more bedrooms, because that is the paramount priority currently. Or the primary priority, I guess. Can you train them for hunting? If you can, that would be cool. I'd be down if that was a possibility. I didn't know it was. Doubt it. There's something about hunting elephants that's really funny to me. Like, genuinely hysterical. There's just something so funny about it. It's like, I'm just the image of, like, an elephant stalking prey and then pouncing and killing it and then just, like, dragging it back home is just... Mwah. You know, there's something about that that's just evergreen comedy. That's just absolute gold. So what I'm going to do now is just start building some more doors. I think I have some statues. No, I don't. I was going to throw some statues there, but if I don't have any statues, then I can't place statues there. Oops, that's a chair. Okay, so bedroom, 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 bedroom. Getting there slowly. Slowly, 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 slowly. All right, chat. So it is 2:15 p.m. I want to play some Caves of Cut. I think we've made some pretty great progress in the fort today. I mean, we got that bridge done. I'm working on the other half, which is going to take a little bit more time. I figured out the food problem, which now I feel really stupid about. I've increased or bettered the military setup. We dammed the rivers. We fought, I don't even know how many forgotten beasts. Like, a lot. I'm going to make a pen pasture here before I forget. And I'm going to go here. I'm going to go, monkey, monkey, monkey. Welcome back to Monkey Mondays. Big Monkey Mondays, even. So we're going to have monkeys there. You know, we sorted out the clothing situation a little bit. We've got a web-spitting forgotten beast locked in the basement. He lives there now. It's fine. We'll get him back at some point and lock him somewhere. Maybe we'll use the giant monkeys for that. I don't know. And oh yeah, we're getting attacked and invaded by like squirrel people. They're coming for our nuts. It's terrifying. Yeah, overall, I think this was a very productive day of Fortin, chat. I think this was a very productive day of forting. So I think we need a round of beers for all these dwarves, and if you're sticking around for some Caves of Cud, I don't know. Thumbs up, love you. If you're not, that's fine too. But please leave the tab open. You know, you can say goodbye, VOD watchers, if you want. YouTube chat, don't freak out. I'm not shutting the stream off, but I will have to update some things. I was kind of expecting a Forgotten Beast to pop right there, right before I paused it. And solid day of fort time. I've been enjoying Cloudthunder. Cloudthunder's been a fun fort. Goodbye, VOD watchers. Exactly.